Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hi, the One Africa family, the Swahili Nation family. Uh, Welcome to our second installment of Education in the 21st Century. Sorry, first and foremost, apologies for the delay. I had a bit of an emergency this morning, so I couldn't come on live at our usually scheduled time. I know it's a bit late in Africa, particularly in East Africa. It's 10 p.m. on your end. It's 12 p.m. on my end. So thank you for your patience. Thank you for your support. Welcome again. So today we are continuing our journey in our look at the 21st century, education in the 21st century. So before we jump into any one of this, I'll take this moment and pray, do a little bit of a prayer. I'm not a master of when it comes to prayer, but prayer, any prayer works with God. So I want to say that praying, what it does is set the tone in terms of how we relate, not just with each other, but also with our dear God and our Creator. We want God to be present in our conversations. We want God to guide our conversation here, and we want to do God's work. And with God's blessing, all things will be possible. So we have a lot of issues to deal with. We have a lot of problems to deal with. We have a lot of burdens that we have to carry. But with God, all of that becomes bearable. All of that becomes manageable. All of that becomes, all the challenges become the instrument of our success, not the instrument of our failure. So let me take a moment to pray and then start our session today. Dear God, we thank you. Thank you for the opportunity you afforded us, and thank you for the time that you have given us. Dear God, we ask that you come with us, come to us, be present in our session, and allow us to explore and study, the meaning of educations and the nature of educations in Africa, and how it's going to actually impact and better us in the world that we live in. So we ask that you are present among us in our thoughts, in our ideas, in our discussions, and we ask that you bless what we do in your name. In Jesus' name, amen. That's not the best of a prayer, but it's a prayer nevertheless. But the rest of the sermon will act as a prayer as well. So thank you so much for your patience. And first and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to say my condolences to all those to all our Muslim brothers in northern Ethiopia, Gondar area, who have who are experiencing extreme amount of distress and extreme amount of pain as a result of what transpired yesterday in the city of Gondar. Mika has traveled and visited the city of Gondar on his trip to Ethiopia, and he knows the layout of the place. I've never been to Gondar, but I can imagine that it's very distressful. It's very saddening what what those people who are interested in division, who are interested in breaking up, who are interested in causing pain, the extent to which they go. So, and I take this opportunity to pay my condolences to those who have lost their life, and I send out a message of speedy recovery and the presence of God and the presence of Allah in the hearts and minds of those people who are dealing with this, unfortunate incident that has transpired in Ethiopia, particularly in Gondar. Okay, so please think of, keep the people in your thoughts and your prayer, so that they can overcome this challenge and build the unity they are known for. Gondar is known for unity. Gondar is known for great ideas and for gallantry. So we hope that the people of Gondar will come and rise to the occasion and really nip this in the bud and get over the viciousness and the maliciousness of such people who take advantage of any notion of division that they think they can take advantage of. So hopefully people will find a way to overcome them. And I'm with you with my prayer and my thoughts, and I want to share that with you before I start off. Okay. So last week we spent a lot of time talking about, the concept of education. What should education be? Why should we have the education that we have or we should have? And how should we get there? How should education be done? And so that was the central nature. And then we've had, the privilege of having a number of people come in and then really, enlighten us and then strengthen our conversation. So we dived, quite deep into the many facets of educations, and I had the opportunity to share my perspective on what education should be, how we should break away from the shackle, the education system that is. Okay, so today what I want to do is that I want to dive deeper into the context and the conditions of education in Africa. So what is education in Africa like? What is it like? So before we even solve, before we even come up with a proposal of, this is how we should resolve the problem, I think there should be ample opportunity to have a deep conversation in terms of what is it that we are dealing with? What are we having with? What do we have in Africa right now in terms of, what could be categorized as education? And hey, Sam, hi, and welcome to the show. The loyal supporter, Sam, thank you. I appreciate that you are here. So we're just starting off right now, so I appreciate you here. So what do we have here? So I decided, instead of really trying to paint, this is what we should do, this is what we should spend on, this is what education should be, this is why education should be this way. So I've shared with you my point of view, that the primary, at least my perspective, what primarily education should be is that should be about liberations on one hand, and then empowerment. So education has to liberate the person. Liberate, that means has to give a sense of liberation, and has to provide the learner a path to liberation. And then needs to be about empowerment, meaning that that liberation must be channeled into something, because we live in a society, we live in a community, we are a community, we are members of a family of humanity. So as part of that humanity, what kind of empowerment should education give? So put that aside before we go there, where we say that's the solution and how I arrived at that kind of solutions. Okay, before the kind of the arguments, the notion that education should be liberating and empowering. What are we dealing with right now in the context? What is the context and the conditions? What is the architecture of education system that we have right now? And I think that a good amount of time need to be spent on that, and not necessarily just on this session, but many sessions, maybe not just even these sessions. Other people need to spend time really dealing with this. So I have a couple of sources that I'm looking at. It would be good if you like to follow through the conversations. I'm going to share these documents so that you can actually really follow what's going on. So I'm going to just put it on the chat room, and if you so sometimes I would just be referring to these two documents. I've read a little bit of other things, but these two documents are very useful to the extent that they enrich our conversation here. So let me just share those two documents, and then we'll take it from there. Okay. So, thank you so much. Somebody's helping me with this. Thank you, Ezra. I really appreciate that. And Ezra is like, Pastor Ezra. Oh my God, I don't know what we could do without you. Yeah. So I really appreciate that. So like we are talking about modern education, modern educations. In the context of Ethiopia, modern education dates back to early 1900s. But for most of Africa, modern education post-colonialism, post-colonialism is something else. That's and then modern education during colonization. So we're looking at education in the context of Africa from post-colonial era time. So, a lot of African countries begin to, get liberated and begin their journey of, the liberation journey. And soon after, they saw that education was key. Education was primary, was important, was critical to the kind of the new construct that they were hoping to build, the new continent and the new nation states that they were tasked on rebuilding. So they saw education as a way of rebuilding and reconstructing the nation states and the continent and the image and the visions of at least early day liberation struggle leaders. So they saw those things. So huge amount of effort was done to change education to respond to that, or to fit into that. Okay, hi Mike. Thank you. Good evening to you too. Good morning if you are earlier than this. Good afternoon. My end is already afternoon. So yeah. So what they try to do. So what we're trying to do before I jump to it. So I have a bit of note here. So sometimes I might be looking down on my notes. I don't want to just babble in here, come in here and babbling about stuff. I want this to have at least some rigor and some kind of discipline in terms of the conversation that we're about to have. So just bear with me. Sometimes I'll be looking down, but I'm just looking down on the notes I have taken, reading, studying, and researching this thing. So a lot of the data is not new to me. It's something that I've been reading for many years. But I took time to refresh myself to really study what we're dealing with. So before we go about, say, fundamentally altering education, before we embark on the case for fundamental altering, for fundamental reconstruct of our education in Africa in general, and then specifically, each country has unique qualities. There's a broader thing that we share, and then I'm looking at it from a context of Africa, from a macro level, not from a micro level too much, but from a macro, from a big picture level. Before we embark on this is a sector that needs fundamental recalibrations or even the reconstruction. We have to deal with what is the condition what is the conditions of education right now? What is the context of education right now? That's the key theme of the conversation that we're having today. We need to understand and appreciate the scope and magnitude of the challenge. The challenge that we're going to deal with. Okay, so yes, so Ezra, I'll let you know when I'm ready to get people to come in. Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I'm not going to keep you too long. Hopefully, in the next 15-20 minutes, I'll have a chance to bring in. But at least in 20 minutes, if I'm not done, just start bringing in people. That's okay. Thank you. So, what is the context? What is the condition? What are the context of education system right now? At least, what does the data suggest? Now, I'm not somebody on the ground researching this, so I'm gleaning through secondary sources. Okay, so like not necessarily primary sources, but secondary sources. So I'm primarily looking at the United Nations as an organization, even though I personally have a huge amount of reservation as to the validity and the usefulness of the United Nations as an instrument of development, and as an instrument of transformations, as an instrument of changing, improving lives. That said, there's still a lot of things that they do study, they analyze, and they do spend a good deal of resources and money, trying to understand some of the things that we're dealing with. And then education is one of them. And I think UNESCO is the umbrella organization that is tasked with dealing with education, and they do a lot of research and a lot of study. So I'll be quoting in a number of the data and then statistics from there, but not as a final and then precise data, but at least as a marker for conversation, so that we can have a clean and clear conversation. So we have some discipline in terms of our conversations. But that said, so the scope and the context and the conditions of education system is quite staggering. It's quite staggering. It says so much. The data that we have says so much about the challenges, the scope of the challenge, and the context of the challenge. And what you will see at the end of this conversation is that we have not much. Like I said last week, we are not matching. We don't have a system. We don't have an education system commensurate with the substance and the context and the conditions that we are dealing with. Okay, let me give you one context. Okay, the statistics says somewhere around, this is 2018 statistics, so give or take, somewhere around 300 to 400 million children in Africa or school-going people, between the ages of 15 and 35. We're not even talking about between the ages of 5 and 15. We're talking about the ages of 15 and 35. So Africa is the youngest continent, the youngest region in the world. And that is somewhere between 300 and 400 million people are counted between being as school-going age, between the ages of 15 and 35. 15 and 35. Keep that in mind, 300 to 400 million children. That number will be key when we start looking at percentage. When we start looking at percentage, that number becomes a critical number for us as a reference point. That's one important number I want to put into you, okay? So the reason we are looking at context and the reason we are looking at conditions and we're looking at, okay, thank you. Hey, Nathaniel, hopefully one day you will come over at some point, okay? So the reason at some point you come and join us, thank you, Tanzan, for joining us. Thank you, Nathan, for joining us. Salam, salam, salam. Peace, peace greeting. Tanzan, sorry I wasn't there yesterday. I couldn't be there. I had a lot of things going on yesterday. I couldn't be there. I hope you forgive me for that. Hopefully you had an incredible conversation. So sometime this week I'll have the opportunity to listen to that. Okay. So show the title, Ezra, if you can. Show the title, so the title can be so, and then so go up a little bit, scroll up. Yeah, Africa grapples with huge disparities in educations. This is December 2017. So from December 2017 to March 2018. That's so by Zipporah Musu. Zipporah Musu is, and then this is a UN website. Okay, I found it in the web. It's easy to access this, and so so what I'm trying to, so the 300 to 400, keep that in mind. Okay, and then we're gonna dive into these things, because this article does a very good job of summarizing as a secondary source, summarizing. But now I'm not taking these numbers literally. So give or take, plus or minus, does exist. It's not all gloom and doom as they would say it, because they have a vested interest. So UN has a vested interest, and all of these articles, sometimes I use all this research I use for fundraising, to financing, for self-preservation as well. That aside, there's some data, there's some useful information that we want to derive. So what I want to do is, yes, thank you so much. Yeah, the estimation, I really appreciate that. For 364 is a number. So I'm giving plus or take, plus or minus. So let's say approximate around between 300 and 400. The number, let's keep that 300 and 400 million Africans between the ages of 15 and 35. Now, these are the ages of secondary educations and tertiary educations. Secondary educations and tertiary educations. These are the groups. So around 13, 14 usually is a high school, secondary educations. So 15 is a good marker for saying, okay, this should be a secondary school age group. And 35 usually is just below the number we're looking at for graduate and postgraduate. So around 30s, in the late 20s, and then up to mid 30s, people will be pursuing graduate education and postgraduate education. So that is the number that's there, including vocational educations. A lot of people also will pursue all sort of different vocational educations that is underreported, underinvested, that which we will look at later on. So, so where do we come from? Okay, we come from on the onset of independence. Newly liberated African nations were interested, very seriously interested in this. The article kind of make mention of it. There's a lot of data to point that out. A lot of African countries, just newly liberated African countries in the 1960s and 70s, were excited, freshly liberated, were excited and enthusiastic about the nation building that they've been tasked on. So they have to build, rebuild, reconstruct, okay? And then so they saw education as central, and particularly primary educations. So over the past 50, 60 years, what Africans have done, and most of the world has, all the development partners have done, is focus on primary education. Primary education. So primary education has been let's provide basic education. Basic education is a thing that has been denied of most of Africa. During the colonial time, most of the education was education geared toward the colonial economy. The colonial economy. Anyone who's part of the colonial economy that needed to say, read, write, or do certain functions that serves the colony will get education that is commensurate with the need of the colonies, with the colonial powers, with the need of the colonial powers. Very few people will be able to access high order learning. High order learning means critical thinking, reasoning, envisioning, and then even further, more humanizing educations. That is far out of reach for most, the very few elites who are part of the colonial system, either in opposition to it or for it were getting some degree of access. But for the vast majority of Africans, basic education, let alone quality education, basic education was denied. So soon after liberations, that was a fight. That was the urgency. The urgency was, you know what? We have a vast population that has been underserved in the education system that we had during colonial time. Let's make some corrections about it. So rightfully made the corrections. A lot of these newly liberated countries focused on that. And I remember stories of, even like, Robert Mugabe, a teacher. He was an educator stationed in Ghana, who worked as a teacher in Ghana. I think if my data is correct, I think somebody who has better data and statistics and numbers and fact and figures can fact check this for me. But there are a number of these in the early days of liberations, in the early days of independence. Primary education was considered a need because vast majority of Africans were left out of any kind of education. If you didn't have a part to play that required some kind of educations in the colonial economy, you could not take part. So the topic of education is the state of education in Africa. That's the topic of education. The state of education in Africa. We're trying to so Ezra, what we're trying to do is we're trying to understand what is education in Africa right now, as is. Not as I want it, not as you want it, not as other people want you to think it is, but as is. So we're trying to zoom into the context before we think about solutions. So if we want to put the title, say like, the state of education in Africa, the state of education. We're analyzing whatever available data that we have for that purpose. Okay, so government began to build schools, train a whole lot of teachers. Okay, try to really catch up on access, really step up access, building vast number of schools across Africa. I mean, whether it was exactly the amount and the number that was required, that's another topic to discuss. But the characterization of the era is that there was a huge amount of effort to build as many schools as possible, to bring as much basic educations to rural Africa, to urban Africa, where basic education was not accessible. Okay? So they saw this access to basic education as key to the rebuilding of the new Africa and to the new nation states. This new liberation leaders were tasked on. And then many countries had one variation of another's. Those variations are open for discussion later on. People with different experiences. If you are from Tanzania and you have a Julius Nyerere experience, if you are in Kenya, Kenyatta, Jomo Kenyatta's experience. If you are from Zimbabwe, Robert Mugabe's in the 1980s post Rhodesia experience that you want to share. If you are from Zambia and you want to share, Kaunda's, effort and how that played out, please come in. From Angola to Nigeria, every from Ghana and Kwame Nkrumah and Senegal, and all of these African countries they might have unique quality experiences, but the general characterization is that they all saw that we need to rectify the shortcomings of the colonial Africa, which didn't really give that much of access to anybody. If you were, let's say, in charge of cleaning a train that transported, goods from one, raw materials to the port somewhere, port hub, the port in Lagos or something, you might be given an opportunity to pursue some kind of education. And then if you happen to be brilliant and, show some promise and have been in some way the good grace of the colonial powers, you might get a chance to pursue education further. Sometimes, they have to appease, the chiefs and the political forces, particularly in West Africa, where colonial powers, like the British colonial power, doesn't have significant physical presence, has more like influence presence on the ground. They were using, access to education as a tool and instrument. So there were a little bit of variations, okay? And so a little bit of variations. So that post-colonial area can be characterized primarily focused on basic education. So, but despite the early days, and then even until recently, where you have growing number of vast growing number of enrollments, especially in primary education and basic education, somewhere around 80% is the number, the average number that's there. Like primary education enrollment today in Africa is, I think, around 80%. I might be wrong. Fact check me. If you have a better fact, just put it in the comment sections, okay? And then really, and then get the numbers there, get the data, and get the numbers are there for us. But what is this? Before people jump in, I want to do a little bit of quick rundown of prognosis of what I have glimpsed on. Okay, low quality teaching is the prognosis right now. Okay, Africa is plagued with low quality educations, system dysfunctions, and inefficiencies in primary, technical, vocational, and informal is some of the things that the article mentions. Highly underdeveloped and highly underinvested education system is another characterization of the education system that we have right now. And another element is that needs to be really looked at, the huge amount of disparity and inequity and exclusions that characterize the education system. Like exclusion of people with disability, exclusion of people with gender, exclusion of people with some kind of class and economic class. All of that also is a characterization of the education system as we speak today. I mean, millions of children with some kind of disability are excluded, either systematically by laws, regulations, or even if those regulations and systems are not there, through the application and the practice of education, they are excluded. So let's say a country like Ethiopia say, oh, all children have equal rights to educations, and then a child with autism, a child with hearing, some kind of different kind of ability, they will require extra accommodation for all those things. Those accommodation will not be provided because of poor investment. I mean, they will say, oh, we don't even have desk for typically developing children, let alone for special needs. So special needs things are like, millions and millions of children are excluded. Girls are excluded across the continent. Gender participation in Africa is very low when it comes to gender balance. And that's another issue that's plaguing even the basic education that has high enrollment. And then it goes on to even this is all even despite the increase in the number of educational facilities. Now, the next one that people ignore is, yes, primary education, but people finish their primary educations. What happens after that? Then you get secondary educations and tertiary education. That's why we even have a much worse condition right now. So the number is this. So the number is, say 4 out of every 100 who's a secondary school age going, doesn't go to school, or only attend the secondary education. Only 4 out of every 100. 4 out of every 100. So 4 million out of every 100 million children who should be going to secondary education are not getting to that secondary school education. Okay? That is compared to, if you compare that, that's 36 out of every 100 in Latin America and 14 out of 100 in South and West Africa, West Asia. South Asia means India, West Asia usually means Middle East. So the specific numbers is somewhere between 30 to 50% of secondary school age going, and then only 7 to 23% of tertiary age going are able to attend those things. And then the numbers, thank you so much for highlighting that. Now, what I want you to look at is that Ezra, before other people come in, I want people to look at the second document I sent you. And I want you to go to page number 4. And that's where you see the issue. That is the blaring issue of what we're dealing with. The blaring issue, like the glaring nature of the failure and the discrepancy that we are dealing with. And it's the substantive nature of the challenge. It's not a marginal challenge that we're dealing with. We're not dealing with marginal issues like Latin America, or we're not dealing with marginal issues in Europe or America. We are dealing with at the heart of the issue. So if you look at the data from that, it's a PDF file. So on page number 4, okay, and if you can zoom in, I don't know if you can zoom in, and you look at sub-Saharan Africa. You look at sub-Saharan Africa, and you look at the disparity. See, the whole world has 8% of children who should be attending primary who are not attending, who are dropping and who are not able to attend. Africa is what? More than double that number. The whole world. Central Asia is 2%, Europe and North America is 1.7%. Okay, in Southeastern Asia is 3%, North Africa, West Asia is 9%, you got 18%. Go to secondary education, then it's even much more scary, 36%. And then you go to tertiary, you got 57%. These are numbers that, now, I'm going to say this again, and I've said it earlier. These numbers give or take, okay? We cannot take them as like, written from Bible, okay? These are documentations and research that were done by institutions who have a vested interest in the continuation of development states that they espouse on. Aid economy they espouse on. They depend on this. They aid the existence of aid dependence. So that said, I'm not accusing them of tampering with data and number. That said, but the numbers, even if there's exaggeration and take out the exaggerations, we're still dealing with that. So out of school use of upper secondary age, okay, in sub-Saharan Africa, we got 57% that are not attending the educations. 50% plus 50. So what does this mean? What does this mean? Like imagine you, if you are listening to this and have had some kind of secondary educations, imagine the math, the biology, the civics educations, the language educations, all the education that you have benefited from, that they are not benefited from. All the things that I benefited from, that they are not getting that. Not forget about the quality, whether they have, the other remaining ones that are actually attending, getting the true quality, the magnitude of the quality, the nature of the quality of education, that's not even being assessed here. We're just being in absolute numbers and just assuming that quality is consistent and constant across. Okay. Yeah, I will talk about Nathaniel. Just give me a second. So Nathaniel, please, if you can come into the show and really expand on this, it will be interesting. But what I want you to understand is that what does this mean? What is behind that number? What is behind every one of those persons? So we have 300 plus million who should be in the secondary age, and the 57% means what? How many millions are there that are either poorly educated, undereducated, or not educated? That is it. The ability to make judgment. You are at the age of 15, you have to make judgment, you have to make decisions in life. whether to pursue one angle over another angle, whether to, to pursue business, whether to pursue vocation, whether to pursue, spiritual path, whether to pursue all sort of questions that are like percolating in the mind of a 15-year-old girl, whether to get married, to settle down, to have children, whether all those things that are percolating in that age group, and what they're not getting. The opportunity that is missed, the opportunity cost for our community, for our society, and for the opportunity cost for that child who should be in that classroom, but is not in that classroom, who should be learning the rigor of studying, working hard, being dedicated, being committed, all those qualities they could have acquired over the course of the educations in the secondary educations, they are not getting. So the somewhere between 90 to 96 of every 100 is out there, poorly educated, undereducated, and not educated. That's it. And what does that mean? What is the implication of that? So that's the context in which we deal with. So when we think about how to resolve the education crisis, it's not enough to think about marginal issues. That's why I talked about Masarata Timurt during the Derg times. That's a marginal initiative, a marginal effort. Fundamental, it's not fundamental. It's not fundamentally altering. So what is the magnitude that is commensurate? What is the magnitude that's commensurate with the challenge of the education challenge that we have? So somewhat in the prognosis document, the document that they talk about some of the things that need to be done, and they zero in exactly what I was pointing out in terms of solutions. More money, more investment, more development assistance, blah, 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 blah. That's what they say. But where is that money going to come to cover the gaping hole that exists in the system? How are you going to educate? How are you going to educate over 200 million children right now at this point? 200, at the minimum, 200 at minimum, who should be in the secondary educations or tertiary educations are not getting it. How are you going to go about it? How are you going to build the sufficient amount of educational facilities that meets the minimum standards of what should be a secondary education? What should be a secondary education? How are you going to meet that? How are you going to go about raising the necessary resources to mobilize the necessary resources to meet that? I know Sam last week suggested we should focus on the super intelligent ones, but that's what we are. That's what we are focusing. That's what I said last week. When we say 4 out of every 100, that those 4 every 100 is the super intelligent ones. The ones that we think like with the little resource that we have, with the tiny amount of resources that we can mobilize, we can only afford to teach 4 out of every 100. That's the one that got me. But where has that got us? Where are we as a result of that? Where are we? What have we accomplished as a result of an education system that has focused its limited resources on those people who are primed to benefit from it, in that they are like instantly able to get into the system in a broken system that is, and take advantage of it. So what I'm trying to point out today in our today's discussion is the gaping nature, the vast chasm that exists between what we want the education system to do and where it is. And that vast mountain is a scale that's just mind-blowing. To me, like, we are dealing with a giant of a problem. And like, this giant of a problem cannot be resolved by, using a tiny cup, okay, pouring into it. It's just gonna go in there and evaporate before you even reach the desired locations. So that is the problem that we're dealing with. Okay, so that's the problem we're dealing with. So, feel free to come in and really like further interrogate what we're dealing with here, and help us interrogate, what is the things that we're dealing with? What are we dealing with in the context of, African educations? And I'm sure you have, ideas and thoughts that you want to share. And so let me just look at some of the comments. Apparently Tanzania killed it yesterday, so some people are so happy and excited about the program that you did. Unfortunately, I missed it. Unfortunately for me, but I think so. If you have ideas and thoughts, but I think I would like adequately. You can't do it adequately because you have a drug. It's like you're trying to get these intelligent people to rock climb, okay, a vertical height. But yes, they are saddled with all the problems of the society. They are saddled by it. Like they're dragging with them, climbing this vertical climb. They're intelligent enough, smart enough, super intelligent, smart enough to really recognize the climb and see the climb, but they are saddled with, it's literally this. It's like this: you throw somebody into the water, and they are brilliant swimmers. They have won many gold medals in the Olympic swimming. They can swim for hundreds of miles, but you've tied on them a rock, a heavy, massive rock, weighing them down to the water, and they're just gonna drown. That's the issue. So like, you can't educate your way out of it by focusing on those marginal, and the adequacy nature of it cannot come any. So if we haven't done it adequately, then that's the limit. Maybe we have reached the limit. Okay, so we have somebody here. I'm not sure who the person is. It only shows me M on my end. So please introduce yourself and welcome to this thing. Before you jump in, please subscribe. If you haven't subscribed to this channel, my God, you're missing out. And then you are missing out not on the content, you are missing out on thumping your finger at YouTube to force them to pay the Swahili Nation One Africa movement. They're letting them get away with it. They're advertising, they're making money, but they're not paying as well as they should pay because you haven't subscribed. Not only that, you haven't liked. Because of that, you haven't liked, somebody who's supposed to be watching this is not watching. That is not the only problem. Because of that, advertisers are making, YouTube is making, money, left and right out of this content that we're creating. They're monetizing this content, but the owner of this content are not monetizing it. So, hey, go figure. Subscribe, like, set the notifications, and be a member. I have been a member for a long time, and I'm still a member, so I still contribute, even though, I'm here showing you, but I'm actually paying into these programs. And then, a lot of people, Sam is paying into it. It's incredible. Thank you for your membership. So that's it. I wanted to say that before we move to the next thing. Thank you. Welcome. Sorry for keeping you waiting to take part in, and I appreciate you here. Oh, Mikias. Thank you, Mikias. I appreciate you, Mikias. Okay. Welcome here. Welcome, Mikias. Tell us a little bit about you, and then, let's hear your thoughts about this. Hey, Mikes, can you hear us? Mikes, I don't know. I can hear some sound, but I don't hear you. So.
Okay. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear Mikes now. Yeah.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, how are you? Hi to everyone. Yeah, I'm a family. I've subscribed a long time ago. I've been following everything, starting from the One Africa movement.
Yes. Thank you, Mikes. We appreciate the members. You know, our members are special to us because you are a shareholder in this. Okay, you're not necessarily just a watcher, listener, but you're a shareholder in this movement, in this the proud African movement that we are in. So sorry, I think Mikes dropped out, but please come back again. And we are so happy to have members, and because membership is like a buying share into this effort. You know, this is your own part owner of our movement. So thank you for being member. So please come back. We'll be happy to have you. So while we wait for Mikes, so Nathaniel says, I'm basically closer to a. Oh, okay. Welcome back again. So feel free to just go ahead and share your thoughts. And the topic today is like the state of education in Africa. We're not trying to say should be this problem. This is the solution to it. We're trying to understand exactly what the nature and the substance of the problem, how deep it is, and how wide it is, and the magnitude of the problem that we're dealing with. Instead of just theorizing the solutions without really dealing with the problems, I'm trying to spend time to really capture the scope of the problem. So feel free to chime in and then your thoughts and ideas on the topic or anything that's related to it. You might want to close the YouTube video, or maybe mute the YouTube one, so that you can.
Okay.
Yeah, so
you're right. Echo. This is a heavy topic because.
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Can you hear? Is it clear right now?
Yeah, it's clear. It's like if you don't mute it, it will echo back to you, and then we'll close.
As you said, the scope is very.
Yeah. So go ahead.
Okay.
So take time, Mikes, just go on YouTube, the YouTube that you opened, mute that one, and come back to the StreamYard, and then just have that conversation so that it doesn't echo. So there's no delay on your part, so it doesn't delay on you. So I just wanted to let you know that's the technical thing that you could do to improve the quality of the interaction here. Okay. Mikes, I'm waiting for you, okay? Yes, that's why I'm quiet. Okay, while we wait for Mikes, sound to work, as soon as he comes in, and then we'll let him have his say. So I think, it says, Sam says, Professor, okay. I was looking at My worry is, like Nathaniel says, not my worry is that we have educated people, but critical thinking is missing. And I think there's a reason why critical thinking is missing, because at the stage where critical thinking need to be nurtured and developed and then, you know, supported, Nathaniel, the problem is we have abdicated that responsibility because we don't have a good deal of, you know, high order learning, which takes place usually at middle and higher education level, middle level and higher level, like somewhere between the ages of 12 and 18 is where a lot of these critical things are happening. You remember, just go back to your time. Remember when you started asking questions, started questioning your social norm. Okay, remember the moments. And then you were like around the ages of 11, 12, depending on your, like that adolescence age is where you are asking questions, you are inquiring more. And then those are the moments, those are signals. As educators, I know this as an educator. For me, those are signals when young people are just pushing back. They're like they're becoming contrarian. When they're pushing back and they're becoming contrarian and they're becoming like this anti-establishment, that is a stage of, like a budding stage of where, oh, I'm beginning to see the world for what it is. And I have critical issues about it. And that's where they form critical stage. And then what happens? What's happening in Africa? Like I painted earlier, Nathaniel, only 4 out of every 100, or somewhere between 30 and 50% of them are the one going to school, like, you know, at that level, at that stage, at that critical stage. And or even 7 to 23% are going to, like, even at a higher tertiary level, where, you know, young and excited and enthusiastic, you know, graduates, secondary school graduates who go out, who are excited to join the world, but as, you know, bottlenecked at some point in the education cycle. That education cycle I talked about last week, that is where you will have missing critical thinking, missing that pedagogical black hole. I call it the pedagogical black hole, or the pedagogical Bermuda Triangle, where people go in and they get sucked in and then disappear. And that is the problem. That is essentially, if I was to trace back where critical thinking is missing, and then I say, well, critical thinking is missing in our society, but where can you trace it back? We trace it back to a moment in the life, in the child's education, where they should be nurtured, they should be helped and managed, and disappear. So that's the issue that is at the heart of it. And I think Sam says, Prof. Ezra, we don't have the budget to teach everybody. Of course we don't. Instead of mild education to many, I think a robust education to few will be impactful. But we've done that. That's what colonial powers did that. The colonial powers did that. They focused on the few that benefit. And what you do is you create elites. You create an elite system that has no recognition about it. What Sam, you're not asking is, instead of trying to educate the few, the very same education system, why not think about a new education system that is possible to teach the vast majority of Africans, instead of trying to think about like the same cyclical education system that we have adopted from the West. What is a new education system that could be commensurate to the conditions of Africa? I think one of the things in the article at the end, it talks about the African Union making a recommendation that education system need to be reevaluated. I didn't say literally word for word for that, but they talked about education. So one of the goals of African Union has been to promote an education that's contextual to the conditions and the context of Africa. If you make education contextual, that means conditional. The condition and the context within which education system, the education is taking place matter. If that matters, then you're not beholden to a system that requires huge amount of investment. They are beholden to the condition, the context. So if the condition and the context of children of the Sahara or the Sahel who have to travel, who are nomads, who are traveling, that's the condition that is guiding it, then the education system will be that. It's not about like how do you build education system across the the difficult Sahara. Will be like how do we bring education to the child? So Sam, you should be asking even more deeper questions than like that kind of thing. So that's the point. So yeah, Mikias, thank you. Welcome back. Sorry we getting a little bit of technical problem. Feel free to step in and I know you wanted to talk about the scope element. So every time you break away, I'm just going to comment on talk about the comment sections, but feel free to take over and share your thoughts.
Okay, I think I fixed it. It's good on my side. Is it good on yours?
It's good. It's good. Yeah.
Okay, nice. So as you said, the scope is very high because as we see the basic education levels, as in the basic, the primary, the secondary, and the third level, we can categorize it with age. As in, let's say, the primary school I'm in Ethiopia right now, by the way. In Ethiopia, the basic starting age is around 3 to 2.5 at kindergarten, 5 to 6 at first class, and so on. Even that is not provided to the people with, like, let's say, anybody that wants to go to first grade class at any age limit should have the access in different dimensions, in my perspective. As in, we have technology in the 21st century, so we need to provide to them in different ways the basic education for everyone as we can at this time. We're just starting because the magnitude is very high to provide. If we do the data analysis on this, I don't know, even the old people that, let's say, who have good jobs, good work, good incomes, are not educated. So they don't have the scope of how to even think in a, let's say, international level. They have maybe other good educations inside of them. Like if we take, for example, a farmer who has probably multitask in his life. He farms on the weekdays. He probably does social works on other times. He probably helps out at his religion institution on the weekends. So he has a lot of education, but he doesn't know how to take this hidden.
Okay, Nikias, hold on. Okay, sorry.
No.
So the other person, guys, when you come in, please mute your sound so that the person speaking will have the unobstructed moment to talk. So just muting when you join in, okay? And then I'll let you speak. So sorry, go back. Go ahead.
Okay, so as I was saying, he has a different perspective in the which is outside of the common modern education that's holding the world together right now. So we need to access to him, put access to him, and to make him approach into the modern, the integrated nations education. As we know, for example, let me take a simple example. There's two schools right in front of me, like outside my doorstep. One school is called One Planet, which is an international school who follows the British curriculum, which is Cambridge. And there's a public school behind it called Bashali, that's an Ethiopian word, if you guys don't know. Yeah. But the difference is visible. Like you can see how different they are, how different even the facilities are, how different the students are. But they're not different. They're both humans. That has an effect. I believe it started with this raging with this neo-colonialism because they're the products in the next generation. So I'll send you a link. There's a school, the other school that I was doing a research on called Labbawi. I'll send you guys the link on the comment sections right now.
I've been to
this school.
I was the architect of the school.
Oh, damn, small world.
Yeah.
I was looking at his interview
yeah. Okay, go ahead.
So have you been following up on him, and how about his structure, about the details?
Yeah. Like, I did my part to get it to where it needs to go.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's on them now to take it to the stages. But we'll talk about it. We're like, I don't want us to be distracted, but just go ahead and
okay. So the whole concept of this, to generalize it, I just want to figure out a way that we can reach out to the. Last week I was at your panel on the comment section, and I picked up a topic that said the urban and the rural are so far apart, if you remember, and that we need to fix that scope by providing different methods to reach out to the people at the rural area, and even bring what they have at the rural area to the urban students. If we integrate that at a high level, we can fix our time levels of reaching out. If let's say we are going to take 30 years to fix our education agenda, if we integrate this at a high speed and in a good manner, we can decrease the time gap to 20, even 15, even 10 years. And that's my perspective on this.
Really appreciate that, Mikias. Yeah, Jonathan says the architect and the critic. Thank you, Jonathan. Come on, like when you get a chance, come on, please. So this is the problem with me. This is what I was thinking. I realized the problem was building a school like Labawi, for example. My work, it required huge amount of resources. Like to get to, like we were like, what is the minimum thing that we could resource and mobilize, and what is the optimum thing we can get out of it? That was the way we approached it, because we couldn't, like, it was hard to get a lot of white people to say, like, if we went to white people and say, like, a lot of starving children in Africa, a lot of starving children in Ethiopia, they will give you money or more than you can handle. Okay, but if you tell them there are a lot of smart, brilliant, intelligent people in Africa, but you just don't have the possibility and the opportunity of leadership, and we want to build and construct an education that is liberating. That's what we practice at Labawi, liberating and empowering. It was hard. Yes. It was one of the hardest things. So one of the problems I had to solve was, how do we sustainably support that kind of thing? That was one of my projects with the work, in addition to all these other things that we worked on. So, but the one thing I learned from there is that, like, it's not a winning approach. Like this Sam's approach of really the super intelligence, focus on the super intelligent, it's not a winning approach. Even that will just shave off a margin of time from the 100 or 200 years that is you're lagging behind. Marginal, maybe 10 years, maybe 20 years you save, Sam. Maybe. Yeah, I'm just guessing it. I'm just spitballing the number here, but somebody could just do a little bit of maths and figure out the gap, the scope of the problem we are talking about. I mean, even if we are talking about, like, say, let's say even in the context of Ethiopia, let's say there are 2% of school-going children are super intelligent. School-going, 2% of them are school-going children. Okay, that is the simple maths that people should do. Sam, you should do the maths as I'm talking to you, and then give me the number there, right there. I'll give you the numbers, and then you give it to me. 2% of school-going children And then school-going children in Ethiopia, somewhere around where? So at the end, so age of what? Let's say age 30 as a ceiling, right? Let's put 30 at the age ceiling.
Oh.
And
Okay.
below the age of 30, how many people are there? So was what, 70%? Okay. So hey Sam, just focus on the calculator because I'm not going to open my calculator. I want you to do the calculations that I'm going to give you right now. So 70% of the population under the age of 30, 120 million people, give or take. How many people under the age of 30? How many? That's, who can give me that? 70 million, 80 million of young people, right? That are school-going children. Okay. Of that, we want to take 2% of that. 2% of that, right? 2% of, let's say, 70 million or 80%, 80 million is how many people is that?
1.6, probably 1.5.
1.5. 1.5 times, like, you know, I'm looking at the Lebawi approach. Okay. It was costing us on average, like, we should be spending about $7,000 or $6,000 or $8,000 per child per year, but we scraping by because it's so hard to get money. Like smart, intelligent people come, wow, amazing thing you're doing. I'm so interested in this. Can I support you? And then, bam, they disappear. Like for every 10 of the people we talked, 10 people, 1 or 2 people will say, I will support you. One of them will support. So we'll scrape together, with the little resources that we have. We didn't have the most amazing laboratory. We didn't have the most incredible teachers because we couldn't afford to hire these teachers that are hired by ICS or what. We have to hire the best of what you could possibly get in the Ethiopian context. 1.6 times $4,000. How much is that? 1.6 million times 4,000. How much is that, son? How much does it cost?
Around 64, 640, I think. I might miss 10.
So somewhere what?
4,000, 1.60. 3,200 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I just do maths on my 1.6, right?
Yeah. So the sound.
I'm mistaken. I'm mistaken. Yeah.
Yeah, 1.6 million. Because we are looking at Sam's. It's okay. I'm for intelligence. Okay, give me the numbers here. Okay, what's the number? 1.6 million children that are potentially super intelligent. About 2% of the school-going children. That's what we're talking about. About 2% of them. Okay. And then, where are you going to get the $6.4 billion? Where are we going to get the $6.4 billion to educate just the super intelligent? I mean, lower the number down to 500,000 is still billions of dollars. The entire Ethiopia's budget, the entire Ethiopia's government budget is $11 billion this year. 11, the entire. And then that is supposed to do security, that's supposed to do health, that's supposed to do what? Every little thing that you can think of. Chrissy Atienne, hopefully I pronounce your name. She says, don't you think the critical thinking aspect among educators is also questionable, lacking to some extent? So it's having a negative trickle-down effect. It's not even trickle-down. It's a pouring down effect. There's no trickle down, Chrissy. It's a pouring down effect. The lack of critical thinking at the teaching, at the educator level, it pours down. It doesn't trickle down. Trickle down means, slowly, it's like a droplet of it. It's a pour down thing. And I was pointing this to earlier to Nathaniel, that critical thinking as a pedagogy, as an educational practice, that happens, and then just look at yourself. You don't even have to go to some academic exercise. Look at yourself. Miki, as you will probably will concur with me a little bit on this, or if not, you can give me a different perspective. Somewhere around the age of 12, when you turned 12, and the way you were thinking, the way you were questioning things, the way you were, interested in learning and really figuring the world out, being critical, seeing the world what it is, because from a play to reality, you transition from play to reality. You transition. What is happening around at that stage of your educations? Your education system disappears. At the age where you need the education system to support you, to be there for you, to help nurture that critical mind. Because in order to achieve that, is an pedagogical terminology, high order learning is what is promoted. High order learning have to be promoted in order to achieve that. High order learning. High order learning means all those things that you want people to be critical about, to be thinking about. And that's what is lacking. Okay, Sam, you're talking about far less than that. Let's say 400,000 of them, okay? 400,000. How much is it going to cost to teach 400,000? That's the entire Ethiopia's government budget's education right now. Who's going to agree that their children should not go to school? How politically viable is that? Okay, how politically viable is that? That's another question there. So, Mikes, please feel free to step in.
Yeah, you are picking up every point that was on my mind. So, as you said, it's all on the understanding of the word education, in my sense, when I look at it from outside, because I think most of us are all focused on as a facility first. For sure, we need the facilities at every level, because it's all about theory and practice, but we need to change or shift our methods, because as we said, we're not rich at this time in the context of the financial and resource type, but we're rich in the human resource. So we need to manipulate what's it called, super intellectual or educated, the 2%, like me and you guys. So we need to change the mindset of us in order to reach out to those uneducated people, because they have more than what we can offer, to be honest. They don't know how to manage it, but they have all of it. When we see about land and everything, in every aspect. Last time I was listening to the radio, and there's this very good teacher that has his own show twice a week or 3 times, and he tells like scientific facts and spiritual facts and ethics facts in an integrated way to manage a human being. And he was telling about this plant that's very useful in this for medicine purpose, for food purpose, and so on. After that show, on his next session, he said like 10 or 15 people called him and said, we have a bunch of these, and he was telling them that we need to export it, and this nations need this. So he actually created a job with only 1 session of a radio program. He created income for those individuals. For sure, it's not already on the export level, but he actually positioned that creative entrepreneurship mindset with 1 session of a program on the radio. And those people had those plants in their houses for decades when they gave their speech to the host. And that's how we need to reach out to the people, in my sense.
I think, to me, like, education should be that. That's education. Education should be that miniaturized, that easily, because you say something about the farmer earlier, and you talk about like the millions of people out there who need basic technique. Oh, how do you efficiently run a 1.4 hectare land? How do you optimize it? Right? How do you optimize it? By creating a diverse set of farm implements, from animal
Methods.
to animal husbandry. Yeah, those methods are miniaturized. That person might not have had any education before. Doesn't need to read, write, doesn't need to complete 12 years of cycle. But that person might need just simple, because they're already functioning as educated person on the farmland. Educated from what? Experience. The education that the experience have gotten. But the intervention of education should be that miniaturized. Or could be like a shepherd somewhere in Borona, and like traveling hundreds of miles to take care of their animals that the community has asked them to take care of. And then education following them every step of the way, say like, you know what, if you want to study biology, I'm not going to teach you classification, blah blah. This is biology. Biology is what is your environment? Go out there, and then like your experiment is your play field, your operating field is your place of experiment. That's your laboratory, and so turn that education to that level of miniaturization. So miniaturize it to that level where, okay, it could be like, say you've abandoned anything. Let's say you've traveled from Wolaita and have come to Addis. I'm talking about Ethiopia in this case, and then you do shoe shining, right? What is the thing that you need at that stage of your life where you've made the decision at the age of 15 to say, you know what, I don't have a shot at some kind of economic welfare, well-being in my region, but I'm going to try it somewhere in, let's say, in urban area. So I've already made that decision. And then for me to go back to completing this thing is kind of like 1 in every 10, probably. So what about the 9 out of 10 who are not going to go to, like, night education or pursue? What is that at that moment, at that point in time? What do they need? Oh, I'm joining. I come from a Gurage area, and I'm joining an uncle, family member who has already started a shop. One day I dream of opening my own shop. What is the education? What the intervention education could do there? So if you miniaturize it everywhere, small by small by small, then it's not about the number of teachers, the number of schools that you have that depends on it. So what Sam is like so hard on trying to get 5,000 to 10,000 people, intelligent people, to find them, to build a school for them, and then make them feel like they are in this bubble. What about a vast majority of of smart, intelligent people who are not intelligent for rocket building, but they are intelligent for family building. They're intelligent for community building. They're intelligent for solving important issues in their community. They're intelligent enough to be part of that. They're already solving. I mean, if I'm walking down the street in Addis, and then like it's a rainy season, somebody is solving a problem that I'm struggling with on a daily basis with mud. So somebody's cleaning up my shoes because that's a problem that is persistent. That's a problem I'm willing to pay for to resolve. So the point is like, how do I get that young person to go? She's like a girl who started a potato selling. She's selling potato. How do you help her figure out to source better potatoes, cheaper potatoes? Like, how do you help her? What are the education things that you could do? So educational intervention has been this massive, huge undertaking like the West does. Why can't education be a small, miniaturized, but millions of them? It could be millions of them. And it doesn't have to be operated manned by everybody. Like, why can't maths be taught in miniaturized forms? Why can't just algebra be taught? Why can't just calculus separately be taught? Why can't just smell like ecology? Why can't just we teach just about ecology and then help integrate it with other things? Why can't we just so there's a lot of innovation that could take place, especially when it comes to technology, when if you bring in technology to the equation. But the point, the challenge is most people are not venturing. Most people who are intellectually capable, critical thinkers, are not venturing into those like uncharted spaces, unexplored methods, unexplored ways of resolving. But in order to do that, my what is pushing me that is my experience in building schools is part of it. My experience is studying the education system is part of it. But the vastness and the significance and the magnitude of the problem as a result of poor educations or no educations is also significant across Africa, across the continent. So my sense is like knowing that is making me think we have to innovate. We are not to like our survival depends on really completely shattering a system of education that has no direct benefit to us, to a system of benefit, education system that is going to get us some over the hump. Over what are we trying to cross? We're trying to cross to a stage in the society where we have huge amount of tolerance and appreciation and acceptance of diversity. We are trying to get to a hump over to a problem where get to a point where we want to provide a means for people to provide for themselves. So we want to liberate it and we want to empower people. That's what we're trying to get to. So, but we're trying, and with the method that we're using to get there, it creates more mountain than it actually get rid of the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the issue. Like that's what the issue at the hand. So the solution they always say invest more, and then when like somebody like Sam said, let's be specific into those things. It's not an easy task to get a specific one. Let me give you an idea. To get 25 best students at Lebai, we had to look at over close to 300 students. It took us 6 months to get it done. And then that's us being very organized and very deliberate. Different layers of an assessment have to be embedded into the process. To get to the 5 to 10,000 that Sam is talking about is just, anyways, Mikes, feel free to step in.
Oh yeah, like you said, it's the number and the way we reach that number, and that's what I see. Because we can't hide the numbers; those are facts. We can't. When we say the numbers, it's both on the financial basis and the population basis. So those numbers are fixed at this time of this point of time. So how do we manage those numbers? This is an operation at the highest level. And when we operate on this level, we need a lot of resources, as in the technology or the manners how to reach out and so on. As you said before, the intellectual teachers that were produced in the past years as educators are educated on the basis of the paper rather than the human perspective, in my point of view. Because as you said, I'm a teacher, my guard is a teacher, my mother, father, everybody around me could be a teacher if they want to learn. That's the main thing that I noticed about, because most of the people think learning is just going to school, but teaching is sitting in the classroom and teaching, standing in the classroom and teaching. But no, if you have one experience as my neighbor, you need to tell it to my guard. If my guard has an experience in one sector, you should tell it to me. So we're gonna be what is it called?
Dimensional.
Multi-professionals. Yeah, multi-professional dimensions. Yeah. So if we're multi-professionals, we can fit it into any gap at the time of need. That's the main thing we need, because on the financial basis, they're controlling us. This is a reality. So we can't. It's at this time of this point of time, we're not controlling our finances. So the only thing we can control is our mind and our way of seeing the world, and hope of teaching everybody at the every step of your way. When you go out at the morning, when you meet a person, you might find a mistake. If you're conscious, that consciousness should be always alert at this time, because everybody has a gap, even me
Oh,
too.
thank you.
If
Because somebody help us here.
Yeah.
Gize sent us a message. Says it's called high multi-professionals. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's the word. That's the word you were looking for. Multi-professionals, right? Just please go ahead.
Yeah, high multiplication. Yes, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. If I have nobody is perfect, so everybody has a gap. So when I approach you, and if you're my colleague at work or at school or at somewhere in the transportation, if we're both conscious and think about each other, especially about our nature, our nation, and our continent, even the world, because at this time, education is the most untouched business next to tourism that can generate a lot of revenue, in my point of view. Please proceed.
Yeah. So
I've generalized my idea.
to me, like you hit it in the nail right there. Like that's exactly what it is. It's an area that has. Last week I tried to point this out that we. I mean, I don't think as I speak about the burden and the magnitude of what is missing, I'm not burdened by it. What I'm burdened by is the intellectuals who don't see the possibility of innovating, the possibility of completely radically altering the course of our future through the use and the instrument of education and the power that we have, and the possibility of completely just wiping clean the table of this kind of like tired and old 20th century approaches to more like untried, untested, uncharted 21st century methods. We will be the one who own it. We'll be the one who tell the world this is how it's done. In the 21st century, in the 22nd century, in the 23rd century, this is the time of Africa. This is how we can go about creating a social economic system where people are not being educated or manufactured to fit into some kind of slots in the job market, but they are being liberated and empowered to discover some inherent qualities, inherent power that resides in each and every human being, and that power being channeled to resolving not just problems that we haven't resolved over the past hundreds of years, but problems that we have yet to face. The problems we are about to face ahead of us. And the numbers, like the trajectory of the world, the trajectory of the world is about space going inward. The trajectory of the world is like humanity is in the next 500 years. What is it going to be if it continues at the current trajectory and doesn't eliminate itself? It doesn't like it's done in the past civilization where it gets to a point and then completely decimates itself, and then this old civilization disappear for hundreds of years and rebuild again. Unless it does that, at current trajectory, we are we're set to be able to not just be a one planet society, a multi-planet species. That's a possibility that's ahead of us in the next 500 years. But 500 is too far. But in the next 10, 20 years, okay, your labor as an input will be useless. all this thing that Jonathan was talking about, Bahardar University teaching people on how to be in the garment industry. But the garment industry will be fully automated by the time these people are about to take benefit from it. By the time these people will, at some point, think about benefiting from manufacturing industry, they're not going to go further, because that manufacturing industry is being totally, utterly decimated by automation, especially low-skilled part of manufacturing and industry. Forget it. Automation. That means automation is not just automating what the machine used to do. Yeah, automating everything that human beings could do, including the thinking part. We are in the stage in the world right now where we can automate surgery. Things that would take 12 years, I can train an AI in hours. That's a possibility that's pending. So being surgeons, let me give you an idea. Being a lawyer is in danger. Laws, legals, there are experiments out there that are showing great promises on how, like the judicial system, like an AI that can quote you multiple sources, can access vast amount of data instantaneously of precedents and all of those things, and provide you educations and judgments and things like that. We are in that stage where your function, your functionary position and roles, even high-end roles, is in jeopardy of being automated. Forget about the low-skill ones, the one that require just repetitively doing something. That's something that we figured out in the 1980s, the 1950s, and the 1960s with robots. And, so those robots, we figured that out. But the new ones that they are figuring out is how to get you. Thank you, Mikias, for coming back. Yeah, so we are not. So in order to really, we need to step up and then really innovate education, and innovate in such a way that it's not only addressing long-held problems that we've had, but it's also setting us in the right path for the kind of future that's awaiting us, that's awaiting the world. And then the kind of future that's awaiting the world is a world where human beings are more liberated, more humanized. That means human beings that are more attuned to their emotions, attuned to their intellect, attuned to their spirituality. Human beings are more much more closer to self-actualization journey than human beings have ever been in the past. So for that human, for that child that is born today, in 10, 20, 30 years times, who's be expected to perform high-end, high-order level of humanity, like motivated, intrinsic motivations are the things that guide that person. The sense of justice, sense of fairness, sense of equity, from environment to society to economy to politics, all of these things are so look at the trajectory so far. So far, the trajectory has been more equity, more justice, more freedom, more openness of societies. And there's going to be more of that. And in that society, the generation that grows in that society, what kind of education is going to empower them? So social media children were educated 10, 20 years ago. Not today. Social media 20 years from now doesn't exist the way we think of it. 10 years from now doesn't exist. Imagine 10 years ago, we're living in a world that didn't exist, that we didn't even envision. So imagine 10 years from now, we will live in a world that we haven't even begin to envision. But we can, if you want to. So envision a world based on the trajectory of the world right now, where it is right now. It's going to be much more open, much more free. People are aware more. So just come about with an education system that is geared toward. So let's look ahead and come back to a point where we are today, right now. And then today, the child that is born today, in 10 years and 20 years' time, this is the world that we envision for them to be in. These are the instruments that we want them to have. So in order for them to be fully utilize those instruments, which is the empowerment that we would establish, we will have to liberate them. We have to find a way for them to liberate it. When we say liberate them, liberating them, knowing exactly their humanity, that means knowing my ability, my inability, my talent, my lack of it. Being in that self-actualization journey. So that's the kind of education that is going to find out that's going to be more suitable for us if we do it right now. If we start off right now by setting out the kind of philosophy we need to have, by putting the epistemological cycle, by nailing down the epistemological cycle, then we might have a shot at building something useful. Anyways, Mikias, step in. Feel free to step in. And people, if you have to say, come in and join us, okay?
It should be at the highest level. We can't even imagine, as you said, the next 10 years, because everything is open right now. Like, I can get I can hear what's happening in my country, what's good and bad. At the same time, with this touch my phone, I can see what's happening in the US, in the China, in Europe, in South Africa with my phone. What's good and bad. The sad part is the manipulation of that.
I mean, you could geolocate it. You can literally know where the streets. You can go to the streets. You can geolocate, search it, like literally map it, and then open Google Map, and then you do Google Earth, and actually see on the streets. Like that level.
But when we see everything, it has its own disadvantage and advantage because of the user. See, that's the main thing that we need to manipulate. Like, that's where we can reach the next level of the human. What you said before, I didn't catch the word, but that superhuman being.
I would say human consciousness.
That superhuman consciousness. Like, there's even a saying that when they won the Battle of Adwa, they said Menelik II had more than, in the psychology there's subconscious and conscious. In the spiritual dimension there's the animal and the spirit level. Menelik had the super consciousness because he decided all their differences and stand up together to fight that battle and win it, and that's what's called a super consciousness. So we need to unlock that super consciousness that's hidden within all of us, especially as Africans, because we've suffered a lot. So we need to wake up and look next to each other rather than look abroad. I'm not saying we shouldn't care about them, but first we need strength within us. So we need to build that through educating one another with a whole open heart and mind. That's what I want to do in every step of my daily life. But it's challenging because we're programmed, as you said, phone and electronics came at the last 15 years. I grew up in that generation. I'm 23 right now, and I grew up in that generation. So I've suffered a lot through that. And I don't want my little brothers and sisters to suffer. I want them to see what happened, but I don't want them to suffer. I want them to know what happened, but I don't want them to suffer. Just have a little glimpse of it. And the next time I'm using my phone for this purposes, I'm using the technology for this purposes. But throughout my last 50, continue.
Let's dive a little bit into that, and then I want to add that to that thought. Nathaniel's point here says, it really worries me that all the technology and access to educational material and information, many are getting shallower, less critical, less innovative. Okay? And at the heart of that problem, this is my contention, at the heart of that problem is because of the dehumanization. A dehumanized person cannot be expected to be critical. A A dehumanized person cannot be expected to see through all the shallowness. The more dehumanized a person, the shallower it is. Hence, my contention is that in order to overcome the lack of critical thinking, okay, instead of teaching somebody how to be critical thinker, I would rather empower them to be more human. So a humanizing education should be the one to actually get it done. A humanizing education is the one that will get it done, that will get us over the hump. That will get us over the hump. Then so the vast amount of data that you have does not determine the true nature of humanity. What determines the true nature of humanity is what you do with that information, how you deal with that information, how you deal with the environment, how you deal with knowing who you are and knowing your space. And that is where we're lucky. That's where we're lucky. So, so please, let me
in addition to that, like you said, dehumanization, because if you're dehumanized, you're gonna live for your animal perspective. Like I said, I was hearing the other day a lecture that was saying, we're taking physics, we're taking chemistry, biology. When we take physics, we're taking physics they're teaching us when you build this equipment, let's say when you build this building, you're gonna create a mall that's gonna sell this. When you're learning chemistry, you're gonna make a medicine that's made out of this. When you're learning biology, we're all caring about the flesh, and if you sell this fertilizer, you're gonna make this money. See, at the end of the day, the objective is all taking it to money. I'm not saying money isn't important, but it's detaching us from the humanity perspective, rather than quoting all the examples, because we can look up through our education books. We can do a lot of research. I remember what I used to learn as an example. The concept is good, but the example they give you is a brainwash at the same time. They're teaching you the right thing, but not in the right way. So it's all about that dimension of money that's holding everything. That's why the selfishness of the dehumanization part kicks in.
Yes.
The chemist wants to be rich and a millionaire. The biologist wants to be rich and a millionaire. The physician and the engineer wants to be rich and a millionaire, rather than do what,
Sorry.
So that's what the education. Yeah, it's good. That's what the education did for the past. I don't know, to be honest. I haven't done my research in depth, but through my lifetime, that's what the education that did this for the past maybe 20 years, even more. You know the experience more than I believe so. If you have the literature research part done.
Yes. I mean, that's exactly what, it just does. Oh, specialized. You specialize, but specialize to do what? Specialized to do, to focus on, or more like utility. So you become a utilitarian rather than you become a functionary utilitarian. That's essentially what you become. You function as somebody who is going to provide you become an instrument of something, an instrument of this or an instrument of that. Your humanity is not part of the equation. So humanity, when you say humanity, that means the values that you espouse. What you care about, what is important to you. So Ezra, I don't know if Ezra, are you still there? If you're there, I sent you something on WhatsApp. I don't know if you can. It's a PDF file. I don't know if you could pull that a little bit. I want people to see practically what is possible to do. And it's something that I worked on. But it's not something that is this is the perfect instrument. but I would say it's a sorry. Okay, so I would say it would be something like if Ezra, if you're there, if you can open if you can open the file I sent you. Meanwhile, while we wait, make us just stay there. While we wait, I want to say that this platform is about serious effort, serious and meaningful effort to actually operationalize, a meaningful transformation of Africa toward unity, toward love, toward peace, and toward unity. This is what the platform is about. So this platform is not about division. It's not about, addition by division. No, this platform is about bringing Africans together and really take on some of the vexing challenges that we've had. No, is that the one I sent you? Oh, Ezra, I don't know if that's that's not the one I sent you. Oh, I sent it you on WhatsApp. Okay. It's a WhatsApp, a PDF. It's a PDF file on WhatsApp. Okay. So Ezra is helping us with the background. Thank you. He's a executive producer in the background. So
Okay.
So I got a little bit lost my train of thought here. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that okay. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so I will talk about this in a little bit, and this is the Labawi education framework. You talked about Labawi, right? So this is the Labawi education framework that we worked on, and how to contextualize education. That is part of some of the solution that we. And I was hoping that Labawi by now, 3 years after, would take on this one. Will make it a curriculum that other schools can actually adopt. But
yes,
that's still in the work. I'm sure. Hopefully, it's still in the work. But before I get to that point, what I'm trying to tell you is that being human is about values. We all have values, different kind of values, but values nevertheless. Sometimes we are able to articulate them, sometimes we don't. Sometimes they are conscious, that means we think about them, we work on them, but sometimes they are subconscious. So certain things that we value life, we value welfare, we value survival, we value things that are important. Set of principles that are that we are aware of, conscious of, or we follow subconsciously too. Human beings are being aware of awareness is beyond what you see. It's not what I just see that exists. What I see is this screen and computer, but there's so much between what I see, literally see, and what the other part of the mind that the mind sees, the mind side, or I don't know if the right terminology is mind side, but like being able to see beyond what you see, beyond the tangible. There's so much intangible in our universe. But humanity is the one that is able to consciously transcend that. So one thing that one of my favorites, before I go to this framework, and then that this framework was inspired by him, is Paulo Freire. Okay, Paulo Freire is a Brazilian who's long gone, but he wrote the book called The Pedagogy of the Oppressed. It's one of the most incredible books that you could read if you are into education. And he actually espouses on an education and humanizing education, and he outlines ways of doing it. Okay, but so that said, he says this: the difference between, I'm paraphrasing, I'm not quoting, I'm paraphrasing. So don't, when you go fact check and then it's right, that's not what exactly said. No, I'm paraphrasing. He says the difference between human beings and animals is that we are the creatures of history. That means we are creatures of history. That means we're not just creatures of what happened in the past, but we're also creatures of history. That means we are creating a past right now. This moment right now is a past at some point. We are creating moments. We create history. We are creatures of creation. We create history. We are endowed by God to play a part and to participate in the creation of history. And to that extent, if you don't know your humanity, you don't sense the inherent qualities that you have in you that allows you to succeed. So hence comes what we did with this thing that you see here. This thing that you see here, just to briefly describe to you, is called, at the bottom of it, it says fully human. So this is what we call the Labawi education framework. We say education has to have context, especially in Africa. So an Ethiopian education, we're not talking about Ethiopia, but we're talking about specific parts in Ethiopia. I'm sure people can have a different ones. But what we decided that what we looked at, the condition within which our children, our students were learning, was not just in the context of Ethiopia, not just in the context of a neighborhood, but also in the context of Africa. But contextual African context is, what is the ontology of it? What is the ontology of it? So we studied the history of people who have studied. Not many are there. John Beatty is one of them, one of my favorite authors out there, where they outline key things that we think about these things. So in order to achieve a fully human, to achieve like a learner who comes to our school, and then at the end of the school, what we want them to be is not to get a job or those things. We want them to be a fully expressed human. That was the goal that you see at the bottom. That's the goal that we wanted to do. But what happens before that? Then context matters. So the first two is context, African ontology and Ethiopian philosophy. If you are in Uganda, it's African ontology and the Ugandan philosophy. If you are in Southern Africa or East Africa, Ubuntu. African ontology, then Ubuntu. West Africa, different. Each context is different. But in this case, we'll say if we have to create a system, okay, let's think about from the context-wise, there's an African ontology. An African ontology, the organizing force is human, but we have faith in God. Different kind of gods, but God. And we have a sense of spirit, like from ancestral spirit. We value our ancestors. Like even if they have died and gone, we place value on it. That's African ontology for you. And then we really take into consideration in the way we think animals and plants. In Borona culture, let me give you. In Borona culture, a shepherd is not a shepherd of some animals to be slaughtered. A shepherd is spiritually assigned caretaker on the owners of God's creations. So these are, like, at least in Born, I'm sure there are other cultures that have some, and then in the sense of, so I don't want to go too much onto these things, but the goal is, what you see is that there's a flow downward. The flows downward, okay? And then from context to conditions, which is philosophy, to institutional nature, to what are the values, institutional values that we espouse at Labawi, to the catalyst, what we call, there's a catalyst has to be there. There's interact, reflect, and become. Interact, reflect, become. The cycle of constantly interacting with knowledge, constantly interacting with yourself, constantly reflecting, seeing where you are, understanding where you are, and then becoming. And becoming is a cycle. It's a dynamism. So you become, at 23, you're becoming something. At 25, you become something. At 45, you become something. That transition, that continuous human journey is what it is. And then our role as a school comes in the institutional practice. That's the way, like I see, that's where we actively engage. So the role of the society, the role of government, the role of schools, the role of teachers and educators, that's where we play. That's where we exercise. That's where I am as a dean of school. That's where I was interested in trying to figure out what are the academic activities that will help learners interact, reflect, and become. Now, what are the activities that will help them connect with the context, which is the African context? And then what are the activities, the engagement, and the programs? And how do I turn the maths class? How do I turn the maths class to be a leadership platform? Yes, I'm learning arithmetics, I'm learning algebra, I'm learning geometry, I'm learning calculus, but through it, I'm also learning to be myself. How do I turn that? So those are the things that we did at Lebawi, and then we encompass it in the context of technology as an input, and then global connectedness as another input, and Ubuntu, which is like we are together, that Africanness as another input, so that external inputs that are flowing in and going in, coming in, going out. Technologies coming in and going out. You know, global connections. Means like knowing, oh, Ukraine crisis comes, Ukraine crisis goes. What happens? How does that become? How do we context it? How do we appreciate it? How do we understand it? What is the truth? All of those things will lead to some kind of discovery and some kind of modulation, which in turn results some kind of humanity. That's essentially the framework that was. Sorry for the long explanation, but Ezra, you can take it down. I think this will be good with this. But something that I'm proud I work on, and something.
Yeah, respect. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
you've participated in a big project, I swear.
Yes. So it's something that I'm not as happy that they haven't taken it as far as I would like them to take it. By now, we should be consulted and talked to about like how do we replicate something like this. So the hope was to transform Lebawi into an IB like, but much cheaper, much more affordable. Like IB like, I mean, like creating curriculum that are profoundly effective and effective. And then that's the thing that we worked on. And that, but we have they are still, hopefully they're still working on it. I'm praying they're still working on it. But you know,
didn't you see the interview? Oh, sorry for interrupting.
Oh, absolutely.
Didn't you see the interview?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that it's on good terms. I believe so. I haven't visited, but it's good. Yeah.
Yeah, and what I mean is like it's a work in progress, but you know, I'm impatient. So I'm impatient. So that has to be factored in. But, but to me, so there's a separate discussion taking place in the chat room, and I think they are they are ignoring us. Sam, why are you ignoring me? And why are you ignoring Mikias here? So Jonathan, the architect and the critic converse and lead to Jonathan, and you code. I have to decipher them. You are like a riddle person. So what I want to come back to is like Ezra, if you can, please feel free to take them out. It's okay, but to take thank you so much. So, but what I'm trying to point out is that like this is an example of possible innovations. It could be many things. There's so many things to innovate, but this is an example of possible innovations, and we can innovate. And then if we focus on humanizing, we can still impart on this thing. At Lebawi, we had a very high success rate in academic, even in the system. So we had to follow the Ethiopian education system. Even though if it was up to me, I wouldn't want to do it, but we had to. We are required. But so what I did was that if we're required to do it, we have to do it, then we have to do it really well. And so we make it integral part of everything else that we do. So make it rigorous, make it more intense, make it more engaging, make it more like demanding of a learner, demanding of like so we'll put it in such a way that the learner makes decisions. Like, okay, I would decide to set up in the morning, to wake up in the morning, we will make a case that what kind of how did you spend your nights? Making what decision? That's the question. And every time a student comes to me, interacts with me, and I ask that questions, they know I'm asking whether they practice on their judgments, on their decision making, on values, on ownership, on their journey, I'm asking them that question, even though it's a simple statement, but because if they don't answer it, like they take it simply, then I'll ask the next tough question and the next tough questions. So based on the experience, oh, Mr. Ezra is going to ask this, so I'm not going to waste his time asking 5 questions before before he let me go to my next venture. So I'm just going to go straight ahead and then let Mr. Ezra know exactly what I'm going through. I'm making this decision. I'm struggling with this. I'm struggling with this. But these are the options I have. This is the thing that I'm deciding. That is that's a sense of human that empowers humanity. That liberates the person because they're exercising themselves, empower and then exercising it, and then through the process they're achieving that kind of sense of humanity. And then a lot of the times, more often than not, I would say 60 to 80% is more successful. It's more successful when you do it that way. About 60 to 80% in my calculations. Anyways, hey, here to decipher riddles and break down riddles for us, we got Jonathan. Thank you. Welcome, Jonathan.
Salam, Professor Ezra. Mikias, welcome. I think you said you've been on here. I think I saw you the other day too. Salam Nawe, welcome everything. I'm not here to decipher much. I really am not here to decipher a lot of what I was saying in the comment. By the way, hello to everybody in the comment. Sam, you disappointed that yesterday? I'm just going to say that so he knows what, or she knows, or whatever it is, will know what I'm talking about. So going to this education, you guys are having very high level philosophical ideas and talks about education, which could be a little intimidating for most of us that might not be in the field of education in the way that you guys are coming at it. I think I'm an educator, and I think, Mikias, you kind of are in your way, and Ezra, you obviously are. The way we view education as a diaspora is completely different at times, and when we're trying to figure out what education should look like in Africa and having these discussions, I feel a little lost at times because I think there is, the primary education and there's higher education. And sometimes I'm not sure what you guys are talking about. Are we talking about education in general? Or are we talking about, I almost feel like each one should be separated out, especially if we're thinking about educational policy on the continent. They're very different, right? I mentioned in the comments about open access, about primary education. I think that is kind of a way to make the cost of education cheaper for African countries. I think we've gotten very used to doing a lot of things on Zoom these days here in the United States or anywhere in the West in general. But even in Ethiopia, especially, I have family members that are nieces and nephews that go to Lycée, for example, and during the pandemic, they went online and they had access to it, It just happens that they did, but I don't think that's what happened to the others that went to the public schools, right, for example. So I think it's probably would be cheaper to invest in those kind of technological way of delivering open access to high-level education, even at the primary level, and integrating that within, the delivery that you do at the local. That's just my thought. This is not my field. I'm completely not into education policy. When we're thinking about higher education, it's a completely different thing. I come from a generation of my family, my parents, I should say, that, small amount, Africa, at least in my country, in Ethiopia, the population that was there, in the bigger cities, they were very highly educated. I mean, even now, I met somebody maybe 4 or 5 years ago that graduated from Addis Ababa University Medical School, and they obviously, rightfully so, or I guess the educational system at Addis Ababa University Medical School is accredited. They were doing their residency in New York. There was actually 4 of them. So it's not that the education is not there. I think there is kind of this lacking integration between theory and practice that they have to leave. I'm just, the example I gave is medical, because they would have to come here. Not to say that they cannot stay in Ethiopia, but or in other African countries. But the point is, I think at the higher education level, which I tend to be more focused on, is the problem having all these amazing, brilliant students in these universities all across African universities that just don't have the practical space to practice what they're learning as far as theory in class, because there's no linkage. If biomedical education, if you don't have the tools to actually practice it as a source of future jobs or whatever within the continent, then what is the point of the education? That's why those people leave. So theory and practice is definitely a divergent issue when it comes to higher education in Africa in general. As a diaspora, I think sometimes we do have an opportunity to engage. I will say, and I'm not going to get too much about myself, it's not the point, but I did do my dissertation, have something to do with Ethiopia, but I engaged master students in Ethiopia that collected the data and kind of put everything into SPSS, but I engaged the university, they gave me students and we worked together, so there is a way for them, we as diasporas can engage as much as possible too, instead of sitting in the back and just complaining or talking. So there are those possibilities. There are many, many ways we could mitigate that kind of, I call it divergence. It's not even like, this misconception of the idea of that, theory and practice, just you cannot put it together. Again, my biggest problem is when we're having these discussions, I don't know what we're talking about. Are we talking about primary education or are we talking about higher education? I know they're interconnected, but I think those policies are completely different. So I thought maybe it would be interesting for you guys to clarify it.
I think to me, the first thing that you have to, I'm going to put a challenge to you is like how the lenses through which you see is determined the kind of education that you acquired. You're seeing it from that lens first of all. So there's a linearness inherent in the kind of education system that we all acquire and the kind of education system that exists in the world. Linearness, let's say, like sequentiality and that kind of thing. So we see things in sequence, and when it's out of sequence, we like, come on, there's some out of sequenceness here, right? So there's that element to it that you have to first and foremost kind of like put aside in order to fully understand what I'm trying to put here. On one part, what I'm doing is exactly what the challenge is in Africa. Like, what challenge do we have? Like social, economical, political, historical, and the whole bunch of it put together. The extent in which I spent last week on, like
cultural,
millions of people who are already out there looking for jobs but they're not getting the jobs, or looking to be inspired but they are not going to be inspired, or looking to perspire but they're not going to be there. Like the many, like more often than not, the people that fall back, that fall through the system, that fall through the social construct that we have in Africa, and particularly in Africa, that fall through is much more than the vast majority of, I would say majority. It's not even the large majority, it's the majority of the population. Somewhere between 6 to 8, we're talking about for every 10. So like things are not working for that person. It's not working for her in terms of jobs. We're not working for her in terms of opportunity and prospect. It's not working for her in terms of self-growth and self-development. So many things are not working in terms of food security, in terms of water security, in terms of the vastness of that is one. Last week. This week, I'm looking at the vastness of the gaping hole that exists in the education, in terms of what it's hoped to achieve in its own ways, and not in the way I wanted to achieve, but in its own ways. Like it wants to say, oh, we want to make sure all children get at least basic education. But like that's what we make sure. But the reality is the extent to which that is successful is troubling at best. It's horrendous, the failure of that system. Okay, it's just because the numbers tells you that. Like now, so whatever. That's what I was trying to do today. Give you the data so that you can see what's going on. And the disparity between Africa and the rest of the world is just staggering. And when it comes to that, so in the way it is, and not in the way I want it, but the way it is, the way I want education to be is not exactly what it is. I'm not even judging that. That could be considered a philosophical discussion for some people. That could be for those who are practicing it. They might relate with it. But in terms of the way the education is, primary, secondary, tertiary education, as whether integrated or interlinked or not, how well is achieved, how well is not achieved, that's a crack of the problem. So it's a bad education system that's poorly being implemented, and that's causing much more damage, much more dangers to all these other things I was telling you about our problem, from economy to politics to society and everything in between that are problem. So you are exasperating them because of that kind of poorness and of implementation of the education system that you have. And in order to implement it well, you need so much huge amount of resource, and which you don't have, which you're not, which the prospect of you having is too far away. What are the prospects that Africa's economy is going to double in the next 10 years? It needs to grow by 10% every year to double in 10 years. And that's not the average Africa grows. Somewhere around 6, in best, in good times, 6, 7, maybe. But what if that's in some specific areas? And so what I'm trying to tell you is that, like, we have a massive amount of problems, and we are desperate to resolve and then change it. What I'm suggesting is the other tangent side of it is what I'm putting in, which is my take on it, my personal take on it. That we can actually say, wipe clean this education system that we have and completely rebrand it, rebuild it, reconstruct it to fit in exactly what we want to achieve, how we want to achieve, and the conditions within which we find ourselves, and the resources we're able to mobilize. And based on all of that, rebuild and redesign it. We don't have to call it primary, secondary, tertiary. Forget about those things, because those terminologies are by design designed from somewhere outside.
I completely agree with you, Ezra, on that one. I completely agree with you, and I think that we have to reframe it. And you know, as somebody that is on the ground, Mikias, hopefully you can jump in here on that. And it's not just that. What we need to also understand is a lot of the funding that comes for the educational system in almost every African country, that's literally every African country, is coming from NGOs, which are forcing you to copy paste what they expect you to do, and you have to meet the sustainable development goals. You know, it's just about numbers. I'm going to give you $100 million, but I just want you to make sure that, you know, you had girls, you know, guys and boys in rural areas, they're getting this, but it doesn't even talk about quality of education. And where does that lead to? There's none of that, right? So there's a lot of
it's a distraction. Yeah, distraction.
Yeah, it is, and it's also no, hold on, Ezra. It's also a constraint. Because a lot of the times, because the governments don't have the money, they are constrained by these international organizations such as like the UN, UNESCO in particular, but even beyond that, whether it's GIZ from the Germans, they give a lot of money into these African countries specifically because of these, you know, UN development goals. You know, it was something else, but whatever. The point I'm trying to make is you are constrained into even completely changing. So what do we do about that is a whole another story. So policy change, that means, and you know, you cannot do it. Obviously, Africa is not one Africa right now. So if you need that money in order to educate, then you are constrained by the regulations of that whatever contract that you sign on to get that funding in order to educate the rural population particularly. And maybe, again, like I said, I think people on the ground know more sometimes, but at least from my understanding, that is kind of what constrains us, right?
Jonathan, you talk to me as if I was not on the ground. I was actively on the ground. I actually worked actively building, constructing schools.
You were the architect, yes, I heard.
No, like not architect. No. Like, you know, like really, like I know what's going on. Like hundreds of organizations that come in, like, and then offering money and resources, and barely reaches. Like, it's like by the time the Minister of Education somewhere receives any money, is crumbs, breadcrumbs, and the most they could do with that money is probably the best they could do with it is seminars, workshop, and then they do paradigms. That's what people see them for. Nothing more.
Let me tell you, sorry guys. Let me jump in and tell you news that I saw. The Ministry of Education was remodeling the building at this time. Like, the investment was so, like, I swear, this is the same facial reaction that I had at this time. What is happening? Like, what is happening? Like he said, I might be on the ground right now, but Professor, you had the experience even to design a better and visionary system with one school that can change the whole system, because we've saw it, as you guys said, NGOs, they want us to implement what they want, and that's gonna cause kids to be more British than Ethiopians. Quote the head of the CEO of Labawi. This is actually the quote that he said. The problem when I see in this education is we're creating, let's respect when we have lycée, the British schools, the German schools, but they're producing more authentic German kid than an Ethiopian kid, or even an international kid that's equivalent to be a human being. He's gonna side. Yeah.
He's not
no comment.
So I'm gonna have to like nicely ask and then say maybe bring him. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So while building a One Africa, shouldn't we start from Uganda, Kenya? Just to shift in. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they're not kids as the Westerns, but the structure is not based. We need to save ourselves at this time. Period. That's my point of view. Period. I swear. Then we can save theirs.
Yes.
Wow.
I think I like that boldness. I think that's the kind of boldness that we need. I think what I'm trying to tell Jonathan, you need to understand this. The magnitude. I'm not talking about my problem. I'm not talking about your problem. And then we're not talking about Miki's problem. We're not talking about Sam's problem. We're talking about a 1.3 billion, and that's destined to be
2.4 billion that I had posted there.
I pointed that out last week, and I said this. That's exactly what I said. Whatever problem that you have right now, it will be double that.
Yep.
It's not going to be less. That's it. So if we have a problem of, let's say, look at what happened in Gondar, or what happens in, like, that stupidity. That stupidity to be like some kind of herds to be moved from one to the next, and this and that, like to be herd, the herd mindset. How do you stop it? It's because the more human somebody is, the more critical they are. No matter how articulate my thoughts are, no matter how deeply well-researched my things are, you guys are not gonna just like let me have, you're not just gonna let me get away, even if it makes sense. You're not just gonna accept it because that's human. That's you being critical. Like even when you agree with me, if you think deeply, you share aspects of what I'm saying, what I'm proposing, not all of it. I would rather have that person across me, with me, building the world that we want to build, than the way that this current education system is creating. It's not creating; it's actually concocting a generation of destroyers, a generation of distracted, a generation of really inactive. They're like, just feed me, leave me alone kind of generation. But you can't feed them because they are supposed to go out and really actually generate the kind of thing that needs to happen to. So the survival of humanity is just impaired because of that kind of the education system that we have, because we disarm people. We don't only dehumanize, we disarm them. We take a potentially fruits bearing tree, take it down, and the best case education system, the current education system in the world, you take that tree down and it becomes a home or a table or a chair. I think that's the best thing. At least there's some use to it. But most part, there's a discard. They just take down for firewood. Like you burn and out, you're done. You're just a firewood for some kind of tribal, some kind of narrow political objectives that don't go beyond 2 hours or 3 hours of benefit. Like it was like literally burning down the entire forest just to keep yourself warm for 1 hour. That's exactly what most of the, and in order to cure that, we need to really radically get away from the education system that we have. That is my standard. That's where I stand. And I've practiced it, I've tested it, and then to a large extent it works. But it even works under extraneous, more difficult conditions. But even imagine if you give it the conditions for it to thrive. The liberating education, the humanitarian education will have more power because we are liberating people.
Ezra, can I say something? Because yes. I think you kind of brought that slide from your what you've done. I'm assuming Mikias is very familiar with it, obviously, because I don't even know if you guys knew that you guys had that kind of linkages between the school that you were doing that for, and then I'm assuming that he was talking about the school earlier. Can you do just a session? Can you just do a session just about that, because it's very difficult.
Jonathan, hold on. Yeah. Before you go that, so before Labawi was popular for 4 or 5 years, we were intentional hiding ourselves, working on things. Okay. And then when I left, was part of the project was to come public. Mikias was
come out of the shadow.
Came across the information after I had left, and that's that. I wanted to give you that.
But can you still talk about it? You have the capacity to do that. And it doesn't have to be a conversation while maybe you do a presentation. It's a 30-minute for it, because I'm curious to know what that is, because it sounds like it's something that you worked on quite a bit. And to me, I think not just theoretically, but just really understanding when we're talking about policy, and I'm assuming that's what you were talking about, is changing the complete ideology of how we should have education policy in Africa, is what you did. And you took it back from, historically from the top to the bottom, right, today. So it's very difficult to do that when we're just having conversations here, but to just present it from really so we understand it, that would be great, because I'm curious. I want to know personally. And this is, again, I'm in the field, but I'm not. I'm an educator, not an education policy maker, if that makes sense. And of course, understanding it from the African perspective, because you're doing it in Ethiopia, that would be interesting. So that's one thing. And then I have a question for Mikias, by the way. So Mikias, in your perspective, when you're thinking about the condition of, and let's just start with just who wants to educate? From my understanding, in Ethiopia, it's not part of as constitutional. I looked this up earlier when you guys were talking out in a cafe. It was so loud I couldn't get on. Anyway, I was looking up information, and I understand that in Ethiopia, the education system is kind of left by the states, which is very, the different states of Ethiopia. So there's no federal, nothing that really regulates education. Am I right or wrong?
Right or wrong?
Actually, yeah. On point. Yeah.
That's crazy.
On Ezra should explain this more than I.
Yeah. So
at this time, I can feed in.
Yeah. Each region has their own specifics, but there's a framework, education framework, that is designed at the center, at the federal level. So there's a shared framework. So, like say, for example, in Oromia, they can decide the extent to which Oromia can be used to teach and how it's taught. Okay, but there's a framework where at certain level they are required to do certain things to meet a certain requirement and certain standard at the federal level. Like they might have to include official languages. So grade 9 children have to learn Amharic. Okay, so now or something like that in English, or some kind of instruction have to be done in a certain way. So there's certain things that they share, but a lot of things that are localized as well. But it's more on paper than reality. Paper and reality, vastly different. So Nikias probably will tell you the practicality of it, how it's placed out, because he probably went through the system. I went through a system that was just designed by Berg, and I had it just came in and then didn't have any moment to change it. So I went through that before I finished that system. I went to Ghana. So my high school was somewhere else. So
I was just going to say, I would love to hear from in the next, because you're going to be doing this show for a while. So I would love to hear from somebody from Ghana within the education, just to understand how these different countries' education system works.
My Ghana experience is not even a Ghanaian education. It was an international baccalaureate. And an international.
Okay, but I mean, I'm talking about government-wise. I'm talking about nationally. What is the structure, right? Is it like in the United States? The United States has a national standard of education. Yes, the states could, like as you saw recently in Florida, they're taking out books from talking about critical race theory, which I think is insane, and they're basically burning books, is what I would call it. But you know, states do have some rights, but at the standardized education is standardized education, right? So I'm curious to know how Kenya or Nigeria, what are those systems? What has worked? What has not? And I think the more that we learn from each other, even better. So maybe that we need to put that out there to get other African, I don't know, people that are very aware of the different systems within these countries. I'm curious to know what their system is.
I really like that's actually when we talk about the education system, like what I mean, which is the title of like the state of education. The next thing is systems. So I put it out actually in in my in my future outline as we try to understand where education is. The state of education is one. The system of education is another element, is another layer of it, because that system is the one that's designed. That is by design as a construct that is used to result in the failure it is. So we have to look at the system, and part of the system, but most of them have a common theme. They all kind of like post-modernist, kind of like post-industrial kind of Euro-American kind of tinge to it. Like so slightly differentiated to look local, but they're the same kind of like, you create a building and you collect people from these things, put them together, and then they make them kind of like churn them up into something, turn them into memorization and that kind of thing, or are they compliant? More like a compliance. What Paulo Freire called the banking model of education. Paulo Freire calls it in the Pedagogy of the Press the banking model. It's basically like you store, save, and then withdraw kind of things. So that method, that's thematic nature is almost consistently the same. I can go to Ghana and Senegal or Sweden. It really doesn't change that much. It just has a little bit of variations, and the more resources it has, a little bit of humanity to it. So the more resources it has a little bit of humanity. We'll have excursion and extracurricular, co-curricular, enrichment activities that are supposed to make it a little bit more richer, but essentially the same thing. The essential nature of it is almost the same thing, whether you are in the US or in Ghana or Ethiopia, because we follow almost each other's kind of education system, but some have more resources than others, so they tend to really be like a spear without the spear, the tip of the spear, kind of like it doesn't really hurt anything. It's
Yeah,
harmless.
and I'm also curious to know, like, because I think Sam and I think Nati, I think it's Nathaniel, not me, but the other Nathaniel. And the
Yes.
chat was, you guys were really talking about the problem with critical thinking. And we also need to be very aware of the political systems that we're in that either allows for critical thinking or kind of oppresses it, even though people might think that it might be being done informally outside of the educational system because of suppression of thoughts and ideas, you know.
Okay.
This is the same kind of argument that we have even in developed countries, or
Yes.
not developed countries. We said we not don't call them that, just call them Western or whatever you want to call them. We said we're having that here, right? They're having arguments about that. You can't even critically think, critical race theory, right? So this is an oppression of ideas and ideologies that you might have in a fair and safe environment without, you know. But let's be honest, right? So I think a lot of African countries have dealt with these kind of critical thinking situations where you have revolutions, right? So especially at the higher educational level. So I think critical thinking is extremely important. Beginning, you know, I'm talking like high school, not necessarily before that. High school meaning the grades between, I don't know, somewhere between 7 and 12. That's not really high school. I'm going to middle school a little bit there, but yes. Right. So, but the cultural aspect of why the educational system in Africa is really not, you know, allowing for that. But then yet at the same time, technically, I think we are bringing a lot of Nigerian students in as immigrants of the United States. They're within Africa, you know, actually even up to the, if you're thinking per population, they're actually the most higher educated people in the United States at higher level, educational level, right? If you're thinking per capita population wise. So it's not about the technical stuff, but the critical thinking idea and being innovative and all of that, that might be an issue with the cultural and political situation of the continent itself, right? So
It's not just that. I think that's a cop out for me. That's not.
it's not a cop out for me. It's the actual truth because it happens usually every single. What do you mean cop out? By the way, please
It's not
explain.
like you are giving them. You're giving them more competency to the system. You're giving more credit to the system. The system is well thought out, well designed, well organized, well planned, and well executed. It's most likely is the incompetence, the lack of interest, the absence of any leadership or any desire is the way we see the world, the way we see our environment. Like we're not part of it. Somebody else has to do it. Kind of mentality in Africa, where that's much more acutely present, much more prominent than really like what like in the case of United States is more organized, is more planned, more thought about, it's more executed, it's legislated and then implemented and enforced and organized. But what I'm trying to tell you is I think you need to also look at, I think like when you think about critical thinking, I think people are like really looking at things in isolation. And then it's good for analysis, but it really misses out the point. The point of critical thinking is what? What is critical thinking? What I mean, this is that as like what? Why do people think critically? How do people arrive at the level of critical thinking? It's a point. That is like the very basic structural pedagogical framework that you have that determines it. So most of the pedagogical framework that we have poorly implemented. Even well implemented is bad, but even well implemented at least it gives you some freedom. But the poorly implemented ones, what they do is that like they're absent. Just go back, like when you are trying to understand this, don't even go into academic research or paper. Just look at yourself. Look at how you've grown as a human being, how you've transitioned and reached to a point where you are, and how you form thoughts, how you form opinion, how you form your values and your ideas, and how you make decisions. How do you separate information? How do you sift through data, information? How do you determine whether something is fog, cloud, or sky? What is the difference? How do you differentiate that? That is the critical mind. And that critical mind is a human being. So that human being at some point had that critical mind some point, whether they were conscious of it or not. And then my experience working with young people is usually around right about the time of your adolescence, when you're about like that 11, 12-year-old.
Yeah, I agree.
So that point,
I don't work with those kids, but yeah.
No. But you work on yourself. You know yourself, right? You remember the moment you were the first to disagree with somebody. You remember that? You like disagree, like I really question something.
Yeah, when my younger brother was born, I hated him. I'm like, I was disagreeing. I'm no longer the youngest. So yeah, I started out that way. No, but seriously, I'm trying to be funny to lighten up the conversation a little bit here. No, I don't want us to get to. Yeah, I've always been disagreeing.
Critical thinking as some piece of paper, some kind of data, it's not a sufficient way of addressing it. Critical thinking is a destination. People arrive at critical destination. They get there. They get to a stage where they are able to consciously and thoughtfully engage with things with themselves and with the environment. And to be there is a journey. It's a self-actualization journey. It's a transcendence process. So
I completely agree with you, Ezra, but my point was earlier, and I just want you to really understand what I was trying to say earlier. It's not that you cannot be a critical thinker. It's the environment you're in that is allowing you to be a critical thinker is also very important, because for some people, they might be critical thinkers, right? So it might be a closeted critical thinker that they're just talking in the back room. And that's what we're talking about education. So I'm saying that it's the political and cultural environment also shapes what level you can be a critical thinker. That could minimize. That's what I was talking about. So with the educational system in Africa, that I think is also this thing that we don't talk about, right? So, and when it does, it usually turns out to be something else.
What I'm saying to you is the absence of that environment as a problem.
Yeah, that is a problem. I completely agree with you on that.
Yeah, the absence of that's my problem. I agree with you, but the absence of it is much more prevalent than the presence of it. The absence of adults who recognize a child is just beginning to see the world, is just beginning to realize, and is trying to form opinion, trying to shape the ideas, and then, right, like that is where the intervention has to happen, and that intervention has to be intentional. It needs to be thoughtful. It needs to be liberating. It needs to be that liberation exercise. It needs to be empowering. It needs to be guided, because you just don't know. You're not sure. Like I was not sure whether my religion was right or wrong at that time.
I'm still not sure about it, but anyway.
Yeah, I'm still not sure. But at least at that time, that's when I began to question everything. And that's my personal experience. It's just one area. I remember like sitting in the Palavar. This is 15, 16, 17. We're sitting like in our dormitories, and all the adults think that we are talking stupid stuff. All the adults around us in Ghana and that school, they were thinking that we were wasting our time. But we were talking about philosophy. 15-year-old, 16-year-old, 14-year-old, just haggling and arguing about this is right. That's happened. Of course, people also talk about, whether this a particular brand of fake or original in our age. Like with, that's fake, that's original. We take out somebody's shoes and like analyze. That's also another critical process. But all of this is part of. But that's the formation stage. But in that formation stage, in most African experience, those who need to be present in that pedagogically, in the social, political, economic construct, then the family-wise, the entire epistemological cycle that needs to be present is absent. And that creates a huge gaping hole or vacuum. By the time a child is 25, this is most likely they're just not there. Their body is there, but they're not fully there. They're not fully formed. They're not fully engaged with themselves or with the environment. The environment is is an adversary at best. So, anyways, I just wanted to reinforce that element of it because it's usually ignored because we only talk about what people are doing. So we say, oh, the education system, but policy, what government is doing, but what they are not doing is also as much damaging. So as much more prevalent than we think.
So I have a quick question for Mikias, because he brought this up earlier about the urban and rural divide when it comes to access and all of education and all of that. Thinking about Africa in general, what is, if you can say 1, 2, 3, like what are the number one, the number two, the number three things when it comes to that divide? Because a lot of universities tend to be in the urban environment in Africa. They're not in rural areas that much. So what are those three things? And I'm talking about higher education specifically right now, actually, but in general, maybe you might want to kind of delve into that because you kind of mentioned it, but you didn't really talk about that divide and why that is and how we could change that.
Okay. About the why, to be honest, I don't have that much detail. It might be the geographical aspects, but on the basis of Ethiopia, the universities that I know, the government institutions, are, as you said, more urban than the rural areas. But when we look at the education in the broader sense, as the term education in the not only in the institution and the facilities, we can reach out to them in the rural areas. Like with technology these days, if we can, I do almost like my other dimension knowledge is acquired through my technology, to be honest. I don't go to the entrepreneurship institution. I don't go that much, to be honest, to my religion institution. I get my knowledge through my devices. I don't go to my other extracurricular institutions because we don't have that much facility. So I try to manipulate those things through my richness in technology, through my PC and my personal phone. So if we can provide those alternative things to those rural areas, we can make them grow with the urban schools in a perspective of not that much far difference. As the facility is essential at the same time, but the main thing is not the facility, is what you get from your teacher and what you get with your desire to learn. So that's in simple words, what I was trying to point out. Did I answer your question at some level? If I missed a point, you can let me know.
You completely did, and I agree with you. And I don't know if you read my comment like an hour ago at this point, but I had said exactly that. I think if instead of investing in teachers themselves, individual teachers, you can have them locally at these rural areas. If you just invest on a huge screen, maybe some laptops, so they get accustomed to being technology aware, the students themselves locally, it would be so much, I call it open access in a sense that you could actually mastermind a better education by having good educators in a central area delivering the main education, but where at the local level, they still need the building because you need that interaction, because you need the socialization. I don't necessarily think, especially for the young populations, that they do need to also learn about socializing, which that means that you cannot just be, to me, I'm just saying, I know people believe in homeschooling and everything.
You're right.
But what I'm trying to say is, for a government that is very constrained financially, it's cheaper to buy a big screen for what, $600? And I'm just saying so that they can learn.
People have trauma on big screen when it comes to TV. Plasma TVs, they are traumatic for a lot of people. Don't mention big screen. Mention
Well,
other
is
screens,
that
but
is
don't
that
mention
even a
big
thing?
screen.
Is that even a thing? Are you being okay? No, but I think like
Oh,
I
yeah.
completely agree with you, Mickey. Yes, I completely agree with you. They do because I know like when I travel into certain, but like that's gonna change eventually. That's how they get used to not just that, also functioning on. And it's funny, even if you give any child, no matter how old they are, you give them a laptop within 2 days, they know
Tablet,
what to do with it before you do.
tablet, a phone.
Yeah, so I think I believe I completely agree with you, Mikias. I think if they can centralize, not centralize, but at least deliver education through technology in these rural areas where the local school teachers as well engage and they're trained, but the main, the level of education, the quality of education is high from where it's being delivered, and it's easy to deliver it to the whole entire country. For example, with the minimal work for the local ones to be trained and do the in-house stuff
Yeah.
on the ground, I think that it's probably, and it's cheaper. It's way much cheaper. So I
Jonathan,
agree with you.
this is the thing like that I am for, but I don't want us to go too far into this solution because like like this is not at this stage like my thinking was like solution is not necessarily what is on the table, but we can entertain ideas, all possible ideas. That said, that's something I'm actually working on. I actually experimented on this on a project I just did with a computer science bootcamp, where we had students from Bahar Dar, Gredwa, and Jimma. We were supposed to have Mekelle and Addis, but we didn't have them. But we had these 3 locations, and then entirely ended up being a virtual class that happened. And the educators were not necessarily located locally. So there was one teacher that was located in Bahar Dar in computer science. We had, so it's a leadership as well. It has also a leadership component to it. So we had leaders who were located anywhere in the world that could be part of the class. So we used to have classes on every Saturday for a maximum of 2 hours. And then there's a Zoom call and it's recorded. And we had a Telegram channel where we had assignments, all of that. Everything was just virtually happening. And then we had, educators that are not necessarily located in Ethiopia doing this. And it's basically we've experimented this, and I'll say
It's an intervention. That's how did you even manage to do that? That's quite cool. Like,
yeah.
Why don't we know about this?
Because you don't hear me.
No, you never talked about this before.
You think of me as this diaspora, but I'm not a diaspora.
Oh, neither. Well, we all are because we're living here. But I know what you mean because I know. But I did not know about this. But anyway, keep talking.
You're Africans living out of Africa. You're
no. So it's like I can actually do this. So
thank you, Mikias.
Right now, I'm delivering an entrepreneurship course as well at the same time. So what I'm trying to tell you that like we can innovate it. Okay, there's no question about it.
That's my point. Yes.
So we can innovate it, but I don't want people to innovate just the method, because the method is not just the problem. Is not just the method. It's not just the delivery of it. It's not just the operational administrative headache of it. That is part of the problem, and I think that solves a huge part if you can solve that part. But I think it's also like context. Value,
pedagogy, that's what you're talking about. Complete reimagining of education itself, what they're learning. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Pedagogy.
Wow. Okay.
So that it requires much broader set of discussions and much broader set of interrogation than a method. Because once you have a sense of what you are hoping to achieve from your education, that you own, like this is what I want to achieve. Okay, let me give you like an idea. Like, if you want to achieve people who get jobs at certain things, right? You want the education system to operationalize that. Basically, education system is the operationalization of that. And you say, in 10 years' times, I want people who are expert at all sort of vocations, blah blah. Then you operationalize it. So what do they need to, by the time they get to grade 9, you should have this educational outcomes. By the time they get to grade this, They need to have this outcome, so that those are markers for you to know that by the time they are working stage, they are ready. So the education system looks ahead, think ahead, envisions ahead, and then come back to today into zero, and then system. But so the question is, it's not just the operationalization that you're thinking about, like, what are you getting at the end? What are you, like, what is the end that you get? Without the child is born today, 0, and then what? And how, but what's the number you give? 2 point something billion in what year? And how many years? 20 years? 30 years?
It's 2050, 2.5, yeah. But
So
you have to realize the people that are getting born in the next couple of years are going to be like in there, yeah. Anyway,
that is a child. So that's a child who's going to live in a world with so many more Africans than they could ever imagine, that we could ever imagine. I mean,
70% of them living in urban areas. That's the other thing that you need to also.
So the water problems that we have right now, more acute in urban areas. The electricity problem that we have right now, more acute. The sanitation problem that we have right now, more acute. More of this. So what kind of mind do you want to deal with it? The character, what kind of personality, what kind of thoughts process? Because I have no control over that child in 20, 30 years. I have a control over what I'm going to put them through right now. But I don't have control over what they're going to do with that. But I'm hoping they will have they will reach a point where they realize this is an opportunity. We are 2.3 billion people. We can now dominate the world. I'm hoping that's what they will say. But in order to successfully achieve that, what I do at every stage of educational cycle, or even epistemological map. When I say epistemological map, I'm talking about school is one. Then there's family is another area of learning. There's community learning. There's experiential learning, like experiences teaching you. There's internal processing, and there's also creating new learnings and new becoming. All of this, the epistemological map, which is vast. So if you don't have that kind of a philosophical ground, an ideological ground, where we clear about it, no matter how much you do with the operations, you will not go anywhere. You will not go anywhere. The body education system was successful in the West because it was designed to go somewhere. And then in large part, it succeeded. Look at the Chinese education system. I wouldn't wish it on our children. No way. I wouldn't wish it. But it succeeds. It succeeds because they know what they wanted out of the educations, and they worked like detail by detail on how to get it done. Anyways, I think that helps explain. Kind of before you guys step in, Sam is like, he's like, I'm gonna stop, Sam. I'm gonna stop trying to convince you of this notion that you can have some super intelligent people and that's a way out. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not going to continue to, like, I'm done with that now. What I'm gonna do is that now I'm gonna put the challenge to you. Why don't you do something about it? Why don't you think about creating an institution, Sam, that really thinks about all the facets, all the problems that it will address, with all the needs that will be addressed in a community, in a society like Ethiopia, with the idea that you've brought about. Not just an idea, but the idea is in the context of the condition in which in Ethiopia we find ourselves. Social, economic, political, historic, all the conditions of it. What are the things like that is going to address? What needs will be met by your suggestions? And I think that's something it seems like you're so passionate about. So for me to talk you out of it, that's futile. That's probably counterproductive. It's probably even inhuman for me to do that. Even though I vehemently disagree with it, I would rather you succeed in doing it than try to make you feel like there's no value to it. So Sam, please, like, really, like, go after it, go for it. Like it seems like you have seen the need for it. And I think you need to spend time trying to see how that's aligned in the context of Ethiopia, and how can that can address some needs that are not being met right now, that could be met as a result of it. I think that's something I wanted to address, like, because it keeps coming back. Oh, okay. Thank you. Like that exactly. So please keep on working on it. And he says, in fact, my language site was born from the education website. I mean, if you so just keep at it. One day, hopefully, you come on our platforms and share it instead of behind the screen. And we love that you dominate the platform in the background, but we would people are waiting to see Sam. Who Sam is, what Sam look like, and that kind of thing. So
Sam, I want to chip in for Sam one comment, especially if you're Ethiopian. We never back down on fight. We wear white clothes when we battle. That's how upfront we are.
We want the blood to show. Oh wow! I didn't. That is so
we
true.
don't wear
Exactly.
camouflage.
No, we don't camouflage at Wilson.
Yeah.
Wow. Yes. Okay.
I think that's the thing. That's a personality. That's a different character. Thank you, Mondatezi. I'm glad you liked the discussions. And if you hop in a little bit and say hi, that's more than welcome. I know I'll give. I'll be here for another 15 minutes. If there are people show up, and I'll stay for an hour. If people don't show up in the next 15 minutes, they will be wrapping up. Okay. I can fire I like he says environment can distract your critical thought because it's distracting you from thinking. Exactly. I love it. I love what that's exactly what it does. The environment does. It takes a moment. It takes time to get to a stage where you can quiet the noise. But when you're at that growing phase, that's why I say that growing phase is important. The pedagogy we implement at that growing stage of that critical, that where the plant has been, you have planted humanity with the day you're born. That's humanity, the seedling of the planting of the seedling. But there will be a point where the seedling is budding up and it's beginning to want to see the sun, to really want to take on the energy and transform itself into a tree. Okay? That point is so critical that you protect that seedling, right? It's almost the same for children, for young people, for growing children, for young adults. You need that moment of protection. That protection is so critical because those determine the extent and the depth. The extent and the depth of that person's ability to really be able to separate the environment from the self. So being able to say, this is the relevant part in the environment, this is the irrelevant part from the environment. To be able to distinguish between the sky and the cloud. Because for the most part, if you don't develop that critical mind at the early stage, sometimes you're stuck in the cloud and you think you're seeing the sky. You say, oh, the cloud is gray. Oh, the sky is white. And then one day you say, oh, the sky is blue. Then decide which one is the sky. So to be able to critically be able to see the sky in the middle of a fog, that is the critical mind. So that stage is so important. The distraction from the environment is when it's acutely high. That's when very few people will succeed out of that. Maybe 1 or 2% of them will manage to kind of ride the wave of that distractions for their own success. So those are the marginal. Those are the ones Sam is talking about. I think those are the super intelligent ones. But for the large part of the population, they need time. They need freedom. My school, I put in the standard of success not on the top and the bottom, not top, bottom. The middle ones. Either they are motivated but they don't know how to succeed, or they know how to succeed but they don't have motivation. That's where I demanded my educators. That's where I challenged them. That's where I measured them. They measured their success. What they did for those middle ones. That's where the education system is for those group of people that you want them to learn to think critical. But that plant of critical thinking that seedling has been stumbled on one after the one life after another, from left, right, from top down. Before they know it, they forget that they're human beings. By the time they're 25, if they happen to be a functionary in the society, that's a success. That's a functionary man. That means that they're fitting in certain functions, but they don't see themselves as humans. That is the issue. And then I really appreciate that comment. Thanks so much for that. So I would say the next 5-10 minutes, I'll give it to you guys. If more people come by 3:15 of my time, I don't know what time is in East Africa now, is by 1:15, if anybody comes up, then we can extend that by another hour. Otherwise, we'll wrap up the day. Okay, so I can go eat some food. I haven't eaten anything for the whole day, so. Mickey,
Okay, so what knowledge can we acquire on this session in addition? Simple, basic knowledge until like the time, because I think we've hit a lot of agendas on the dimension. So let's teach one another for a few minutes, in my perspective. What you guys say about that?
I love that. Well, Jonathan, you agree with that?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't hear the last thing he said. What did you say?
Like, let's spend the next few minutes teaching each other. We've done all the work that we've done, but let's teach. I think to me, like, Mikas, what I want to teach you, like, I'm like slightly double your age. Like, I'm at 41, so what I can teach you is that the journey of being a human being is already late at 23 if you haven't started it. That's what I want to get to. Being a human means like really continuously learning and continuously growing. Learning and growing, constantly learning, not just about your environment, but learning about yourself. That's like literally like you do your push-up, and the environment is helping you do your push-up, but you're also learning about the extent to which your muscle has strengthened or weakened. That's it. And then growing part means like, oh, I need to eat a little bit, I need to do this, I need to work on this one. So constantly, and then the way to do it is exercise and exercise. Exercise, meaning that you once you discover that you care about something, you value something, keep exercising it. It gets stronger, it gets better, it gets stronger. Exercise is the thing, once you realize that this part of you is holding you back, this part of you is a drain on you, then you exercise it. You find a way to extinguish out of your system. So those are the things I think I can pass on. Anything that you want to teach me, I'm happy to learn.
Okay, I appreciate that one. The things I can share with you guys is what's happening in Ethiopia. Like, there's this things that I follow that I'm working on educating one another. So I've focused on this dimension of the threeness, which is your manners, as in cinema, ethics, your science, which is your knowledge, and then there's your spirit, Memphis. So there's this show that I subscribed on. He teaches a lot, so I can share a simple word with you guys. The term thank you is not referred to as the nature, because the thank you is thanking you guys, and as humans we're not perfect. So when we see the terminology, we always should say thanks, as in thanks God, which is for all of us. So that's we give appreciation to people, not thanks. This is one knowledge I can share to you today that I acquired.
I'm laughing because Mr. I'm sorry, Mickey.
It's a big vocabulary, I swear, because
that's
our words have power. Because our words have real power. That's why.
No, absolutely true. And I was
I
laughing also
can.
because Mr. Black Pineapple right now is like, damn, I'm gonna be on here for another hour because Amanda says he's on. I'm laughing at something else completely. I'm sorry. And
If
I call
Montezeri,
It's
so I'm
Ezra
gonna change the
today.
requirement. I'm gonna change the rule. If Montezeri doesn't say something useful and something reasonable, I'm not gonna. I'm still gonna end it at.
No, did you like what I called you, by the way, Ezra?
I don't know, Black Diamond.
No, I said Mr. Black Pineapple is what I called you. You look like a
Black
pineapple head over there, man.
Black Pineapple.
uh,
How did you
I'm
get
just
there?
being funny. Listen, like I think we're also.
Is my
I
head?
think
Is it my
yeah,
head?
you look like a
yeah.
pineapple. Like if I just cut the head off and it just sat on my kitchen counter, it just looks like a pineapple that has gone black or something. I don't know. But anyway,
Pineapple is a very
I was
sweet.
making funny. But can I go
Pineapple
back
is
to
a
what
very
Mikias
sweet.
said? Can I just go, Mikias? Can you repeat the last thing you said? Because when you said thank you, I think thank you is kind of a weird thing at times. But can you finish that? And
Mhm.
I apologize for interrupting. Sometimes
Okay.
I
It's
do that.
like I said. I'm following this. I'm on this session of mixing up the three dimensions: spirit, knowledge, and manners, like ethics. So the knowledge that I acquired is you have the word, the power of your words. So thanks is only given to God in every religion. We only praise God and thank Him. So we can't say thank you because a person is not perfect. So we can only say, I appreciate it, or may God pay you, or like in different manners. So we'd say thanks God rather than thank you. That's the knowledge I have for today.
So when talking about those things, my realm there's what I call there's the intellect, the spirit, and the emotion. Those are the three
Mhm.
things I think about. Like that's the way I think of it. So my goals always is to improve in all these three things. So yeah, so please subscribe, become a patron, be members, and don't miss out on making taking some chunk of money away from YouTube, some American conglomerate that is banking on our incredible content, banking on it, making money out of it, but not paying you, not paying back. So by subscribing, by being members, by participating, by promoting this channel, you are making sure that they who should pay for the very thing they benefit from actually paying their due, the tax. The tax that's supposed to be paying to the One Africa, to the Swahili Nation Network, they should be paying by participating in this. You are like some way engaging. You are forcing their hand on it. So like, subscribe, get people to come and watch it, promote what we do, have you say in it, take a part in the content creation, take part in the ownership of it, and this is your platform for that. And I'm not gonna tell you like everybody tells you, oh, subscribe, like, and then hit the notifications. No, I'm gonna tell you why you should do it. Why you should do it is because you, and like me, want what is duly, rightfully ours to be ours. We are the one creating the content. YouTube is just the platform, some kind of framework. It's like literally a photo frame. A photo frame is valued more than the photo itself. The content we are creating is much more valuable. We are changing policy, we are changing thinking, we're changing politics. So, I'm not gonna beg you to no, you have to own this. This is your thing. So if you it's like, nobody should beg you for this. This is your thing. This is your space. This is your platform, and then you should demand that you get what you deserve. But you go and look at the profits and then loss statement of YouTube, you see what I'm talking about. How much are they making from content? This is what I'm talking about. Okay, thank you so much for liking, for subscribing, for becoming members, for becoming patrons, and that's incredible. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Monetezi, before I go to Jonathan, Monetezi, you're here conspiring to get me to stay longer and stay hungry. So Go ahead
I,
and
I didn't I
achieve your
didn't I
goal.
didn't know that he didn't want to stay any longer. The way you were asking, the way you were asking, it looked like as if he wanted to stay any longer. So I was like, oh my god, let me save
Oh my
you.
God.
I was like setting a marker. I was setting a marker. Like I was hoping that people don't pass the marker. Like, oh, okay. But
Yeah,
I'm happy to stay. I'm happy to, like I said, this is like hunger comes and goes, but moment like this, they are once in a time. So go ahead, please take a stab at what we've been saying.
yeah.
Huh?
So I've been listening in the back. Okay, probably not as intensely as I should because I've been doing some other stuff. But I've been listening that you're talking about. We have extra company now. So I've been listening about what is it? We're talking about the development of human being, and that kind of caught my ear because I was curious. What do you think about the aspect of death in the development of a child and stuff like that? They are in the development of a human being from just childhood. I read this book and it was very interesting because they were talking about how death really affects us from the day we realize that death exists, and how it affects us into having, I don't know, a lot of complexes that we have.
I think it's just like it's it's such a magnificent question, such a magnificent. It's so good, like it puts it puts a real the like the elephant in the room. This is a dinosaur in the room. This is like because days. It's I think the humanizing element that I talk about, the humanizing nature, like when we talk about humanization of humanizing education that humanizes, I think death has to be part of the conversation, like dying, and as probably we don't do enough of it, thereby really creating this sense of eternity in the way we live our life. But the reality is that we don't have eternity. I don't know if that's the direction that you're looking at, but I really think that people don't think themselves as mortal as much as they. Like if I ask them, "Oh, are you mortal?" Of course they say, "Oh, I'm mortal. Of course, one day I'll die." But the way they live, the choices they make, the decision they make, the pursuits, the things they value, the way they find a way to express themselves is devoid of the notion of death. Like one day you're nothing, you're no more on this planet. Okay,
Yeah,
but that has significant implications. Like if you are a spiritual person, even more. But even if you are not a spiritual person, if you are a literal person, if you take things literally, what I see is what exists. If I don't see it, it doesn't exist. That if you are that simple and literal, this even has more powerful implication to you. For me, who is a Christian, this is like it's a transformation into something else. But for other people who are not necessarily faithful, there might be something else, but still the significance is so critical. But it must be like to me, like it's a conversation that people need to have in any journey, in any humanizing journey. That has to be like the dragon is a huge, massive element because it's a counterweight to life. There's life on one side, there's counter to it is death. And that's how I see it. Like counter to it is death. Thank you, Jonathan. Man, always, Jonathan, you are here in the comment section, you are a member, and you are donating. And thank you, Jonathan. We really appreciate the support and donation. I appreciate that. He's here, right here. But mind you, he's right here, Jonathan, talking to us. He's one of those person with the picture of the new commercial bank of Ethiopia, a beautiful picture of Addis Ababa. That's him. So I don't know if Mandetezi, that was is that the kind of direction you were thinking about, or maybe I might took it too far, or didn't take it far enough.
yeah. No. It's you made an interesting point. So the direction I was going to, actually, I mean, yeah, you've taken it. You even take you've made a point. I'm just maybe if I can just build on it, that the argument is actually the opposite. Where what I've read about and what I think also is that humanity, as human beings, I think we are all too aware of death. In fact, most of what we do is to run away from this accepting this inevitability that we are going to die one day. I think that is it's been argument that is what we do in our life. That's why, in fact, that's what you said right now, that people act like as if they're not going to die. It's not that they don't know they're going to die. I think in the subconscious level, you are aware that you're going to die, but you're running away from that fact. And it's like, instead of confronting it, the whole human condition is to run away, go to the opposite direction, and you cannot accept your mortality. Because I think also, there's also the fact that if you accept your mortality, it will crush you, because it's like I don't, is it Eisenhower? I don't know. Okay, I don't know that. Let me not mention somebody, but the guy who created the nuclear weapon, like he said that the fact that he knew that, the fact that he knew that he was going to die. That, I mean, what can happen, what he had created and what could happen, I think he said, I think he made a comment to implying that ignorance was bliss. That just knowing that something like that is out there, probably, he said, it probably gave him sleepless nights. So that is one of the interesting factors, that perhaps what we do as human beings is really running away from the fact that the crushing reality that one day we'll die. To the point, the argument has even gone ahead to the point that it actually justifies the creation
before other people come in. Can I like, when I was like around like late teens, early 20s, this is a decision I came about. Say like, fuck, I'm about to die. I'm going to die. Really going to die. So and then I said, like, I'm not gonna waste my time. I'm not gonna waste my time and like on this planet Earth. And so I have to figure out what my purpose is and live the purpose to the fullest I can possibly live. And when the end comes, let it end. That was a decision I made like a much younger age. And I remember that very, like the conversation I had internally about this. What I'm trying to tell you, like, yes, people know they are mortal. But when I say they don't act on it, they act as if they're not mortal. They act as if they're not mortal. What I'm trying to tell you is that, like, they make judgments, they make decisions. So, for example, somebody is driving on the road and they get pissed off at somebody else. And they go nuts. They stop the car, go crying. They go into this shouting match. But a mortal person, a person who knows one day I'm going to die and all these things is not going to matter, will say, you know what? Like, your judgment, your decision right there will be different. I'm just giving you some very simplistic questions, but like decision, but a simplistic example. But people make decisions whether after college is what I'm going to do. I'll go to college to do this. This is the work I want to do. They make a decision. Oh, I'm going to build a home. I want to get married. I want to have children. I want to do this. All of those things are like, in some way, it could be running away. In some way, running toward it. But if they thought about deeply, if people thought about deeply about their, and the most humanistic way possible, my position, my hypothesis is that people will make better decisions. They act better, they direct themselves better, and they live their life even much more fuller. That's the point I was trying to make earlier.
Can I jump in and say something? I heard like when he said that even non-believers want to have a good sleep at night, so they don't want to do bad things. They don't forget death. They do good. And there's a saying, sleep is the younger brother of death. So if you say rest in peace, right? So you want to rest in peace when you finish your day, sleeping for the next morning. So you should do good as just a human. Because if you steal someone's money, let's say, you're not gonna sleep good because you're gonna have your own mind playing games on you. Is he gonna come back to me? Did I do this? Did I do that? So you're gonna have sleepless nights. Think about the final sleep, and even not knowing. As a believer, I believe in what's gonna happen, but I don't know. Even non-believers, nobody knows. But we need to do good before we die. That's all I want to say. Sorry for my broken English. I'm
No,
kind
it's
of
okay.
tired. I'm about to bounce.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you, Mikas. I really appreciate you being here. You've been a really good.
By the
Yeah.
way, Mikias, you have no broken English. I could have sworn you speak better English than most Americans that I know or
Yes,
British people that I know.
yes.
So I don't know what you're talking about. Your broken
Yeah.
Okay.
English. It's
There's
very
there's
well. I
no
mean, I don't know
Okay.
what proper English is, but no, not
Don't
at
worry,
all.
the language is already
Absolutely not.
broken. Mikas, the language is already a broken
Okay.
language.
Okay.
It's a broken language.
Okay. I
So
appreciate.
you don't break it.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
so
Miguel, just to
Okay.
thank
add
you.
on, this is
Have
Biggie.
a good one,
Biggie,
guys.
Biggie. Before I go
Hey,
to Biggie, welcome Biggie.
no, I just
Welcome
want to
Biggie.
tell him.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
I just want to tell him you're clear as a crystal, man.
Yeah.
Flawless. I mean, your thought was pretty processed. So we heard it. It's well spoken. There's no broken about it. So do not discourage yourself of broken
Okay.
English.
I
Right? There's no
appreciate it.
such thing.
Okay.
All
I
right.
appreciate it.
My
All
young
Okay.
right.
Have
man,
a good one.
thank you so much. Go to bed now. Okay.
Thank you,
There you go.
Mikias.
Okay. Have
Please
a good
make sure you come
conversation.
back because
Bye.
you bring a very important. Every time that you've come on and I've heard you speak, you're amazing. So make sure that you stay on. Thank you.
For sure. For sure. You too, guys. Have a good one. Love you guys.
Yeah, have a
Love you
good
guys.
night.
Have a good one, man.
So the black pineapple here has something to say before we move on. Thank you, Mikas, for that. We appreciate that. But I wanted to I think this is the first time I've seen this person, Johnny Johnson. It says, I'm a retired MBBS, MD, RAVDR. I now do educational consulting for medical and theological schools for people wanting to be doctors and priests. Africa was deprived by our Korean masters of building a proper schools, here. And if I die tomorrow, I have no regret. I've lived a full life helping others, and we must build institutions to help the next generation. We concur with that so deeply. Johnny Johnson says, I had a prison ministry and homeless ministry. We must be and become both our brothers and sisters keeper. Yes, we must prepare for the light body. And I think, thank you, John Johnson. We appreciate you. Glad to see you as educators who are doing all sort of education from priests to doctors. That covers quite a spectrum of personalities and characters. So thank you for that. Jonathan, thank you again for the super chat, but also you, I think Mandatese was looking for this quote. Now I'm become dead, the destroyer of worlds. I think that's in August 1945 by the person who invented or who was the leader of the Manhattan Project, I think. So thank you for that. Biggie, welcome. Good afternoon to you. And welcome to my show. And you guys are inspiring to keep me hungry, and I'm happy to be hungry with you guys.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, right?
Yes.
You know what? You talked about Johnny Johnson, and Johnny Johnson has been on our comment for quite a while. And in fact, we congratulated him yesterday for his 47 years of marriage. And he married the same black woman. And he's happy. And I want you to know where he comes from, where he has no regret. And a lot of the things, he is full of wisdom. We invited him to join us anytime on this show. So this is a person that we can take a show just dedicating for how you keep your marriage for 47, because yesterday was about the polygamy discussion with Tanzan. So a great comment, and again, is still there, commenting and bringing great informations, and really want Johnny Johnson to join us, because he had a good life experience and helped the youth in education, in marital stuff. I mean, I think he's very well rounded when he gives comment, and we would love to have him on our show if he can join anytime at any given time and hear his wisdom. As you can see it, he had a prison ministry and homeless ministry, and all that, it touches a lot of stuff in Africa. The whole thing makes a lot of sense if we can integrate certain wisdom that Johnny Johnson has. Just to give you an FYI, who this person is. So anyway, I think I caught the last part of the fear of death, and this about death in general is that, as long as we walk on this earth and you're alive, and suddenly death comes upon you, but that, when it comes to the religious side or in non-religious side, under religion, he said we live in hope. Okay. My engineering 101 teacher said, when I say, okay, I'll do it tomorrow, the first thing he says, at least put it in writing, because at least he put it in writing tomorrow, identifying tomorrow is Thursday, and he put the date 28 and so forth, so on. And at least he made an appointment. So you seek emotionally, especially when you write things down, you are connected in this universe clock, when your time is up and when the time is not, but at least you have a signature that you're looking forward for Thursday 28, 2022. And that made me think back when I'm like, he's right, tomorrow may never come. So at least if you put, again, we go into that mind, the emotion, and where you want to achieve, that's how you're determined for tomorrow. And he always said, at least you got a good chance to survive for tomorrow. So we live in hope. And one point that you said, Ezra, it seems like some people, about the road rage that you explain and the consequences that may happen, at the time, people don't tend to think. And I can talk a lot about our leadership, like people that are in leadership, they look like they're going to live forever, and or they have an agenda that is beyond 10, 14, 15 years, and that may not come because, again, they're not looking at the rate of survival on themselves, your health, your way of life, your things. All of this adds up to really determine or estimate your short life or long life. But again, the attitude that you're going to live forever and you want to really rule iron fist like, that's when you start questioning. And when it comes to death, the thing that I want to add into it is you die when you're really, really young, maybe inside your mother womb and all that. That is a reminder for the people that really expecting it or lived with it. They kind of space holders and keep the family going, everything rolling. At one point, they're so angelic, they're so much of free to be liberated, and they stay. Those who have something to contribute, you feel it in yourself as long you are educating, as long you're motivating, as long you participating on day in, day out for the human betterness or for the human life. And as long you're putting yourself in that mode, you're always going to have a little bit longer life than the average. And the one that are so mean, so much, you can call them evil, those live a lot longer. You can take anybody that you can say, unless they've been intercepted for the cause they're creating chaos and identified and been eliminated. Other than that, if you leave them alone, they live longer. That's my take when it comes to short life, long life, middle life.
To me, Biggie, you know, if I live 500 years, it's not long enough. If I live 1,000 years, it's not long enough, because there's going to be a lifetime of 1,000,000 years, 1,000,000,000 years. You know, so to me, that is like, you know, to put it in context, there's nothing like a long life. Our life is short, regardless of how long it is. Whether it's 20 years, 1 second, or 500 years, 1,000, is always going to be shorter than eternity. There's eternity on one side, there's in our life, which is really like instantaneous. In terms of time and space, it is almost like just light turns on and disappears quickly. That's how it is. So death is a reminder that how short that is. So even if I live 80 years and then people I know I have come across die before me, it's a reminder to remind me, Ezra, you're gonna die. And I think people need to keep that in mind at least more often than they do. More often than, instead of running away from it, more often than they do. And I think Monday, thank you for bringing it up. But, you know, Ezra, my friend on the other side, just reminded us the topic of the discussion is the state of education in Africa. And I need to couch this discussion of death in terms of the state of education in Africa. And I think it's one of the long list of things that we don't do in Africa, that we don't achieve to do in Africa. Be it having a well thought out, a well disciplined, a well characterized African education, or operationalized education, or even the substantive nature of what that education is about. We don't do a lot of it, including discussion and then, you know, even discourse about what death is and what death is not. And I think that is the thing. Thank you, Marie Antoinette. Marie Antoinette, by the way, for the first time, you know, our dear Marie Antoinette, we love dearly. For the first time, she came on my show last week. Thank you so much. And, you know, we've known Marie Antoinette for a long time. And I was so graced by her presence and her attendance. We appreciate you. And she said, yes, sometimes we are a little impulsive. And I think that impulsiveness is like just a desire to leave. You know, sometimes you just want to leave and forget about, you know, death. But sometimes it's a tough conversation to have. But yeah. So yeah, you want to say something?
Yeah. Actually, yeah, I have plenty of points. I don't know if you're hungry. I maybe.
No, in about 20 minutes. In about 20 minutes, my hunger would turn from stomach bread, to work bread. So a different kind of hunger.
Bread.
So no, it's okay. So, you know, like I want us, like I know you came in late, but we talked about what I tried to talk about today's show, just to summarize to people who are coming in and joining late, is that, you know, before we talk about fundamentally altering the education system in Africa, we need to understand exactly where it is right now. What is the state of education right now? Now, I'm not talking about like system education, like what is the system like in Kenya? What is the system like in Ghana? What is the system like in Botswana? There's different variations in here and there. But generally, the sub-Saharan education can be categorized together as being either poorly thought about or poorly implemented, or both, or many, or any other thing. So we're trying to understand it. So I gave a little bit of a data view, a data overview, a data from questionable source, which is the United Nations, but to some extent is value to the data. So it's the disparity between Africa, sub-Saharan, particularly sub-Saharan Africa, and the rest of the world is just staggering. So we looked at the early stage of that, and then along the way we had a conversation about what are the things that characterizes the education system, and what can be done about, like some of the innovation that can happen. A little bit of hints of solutions, but overall we're just doing the prognosis of the education system before we die, because this shows multiple shows. So, and I don't want to devote time talking about ideas, but we get to mention. So during the show we explored some of the few things I've done in my time being what's called architect. Jonathan, he has a crack at this one, but the architect of a program that is now very successful. And then the other guests who were there, he happened to mention it, and then I was the actual one of the architects, not the only architect, but one of the architects, or one of the lead architects of the school that you are now admiring as being. And so we're sharing a little bit about that. Yeah. So if you want to just dive in a little bit quickly, not too long, quickly, and I want to wrap this up by 4 o'clock. So just go for it. Jonathan, did I miss anything, by the way?
I'm sorry, I'm snacking. No, I'm good. No, you did well. I feel bad because you're not eating, but I am. I'm sorry.
I was on mute and I was about to say he's snacking.
Yeah, exactly.
When it comes to food, Montetesi, we don't have Pastor Ezra. We can go on that.
Yeah.
But anyway,
for me, when it comes to food, don't deny my coffee in the morning. I could stay the whole day without eating.
Right.
Once I get my coffee, like my coffee part, and then if you have something to think about or worry about, then hunger is and then once in a while when I back to my body.
Hey, can I suggest something next time, Ezra? Make sure that you guys, all of you guys, just have a little koro or whatever it is that you need to have whatever it is, healthy snacks, a fruit. So you can still, we don't mind you guys eating while you're on there if you're live.
I cannot do that. No way.
So you don't have to starve yourself, because I know it's a very long, session today.
I just cannot eat and talk. No. I just don't.
All right, Tazi, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to jump in there. So let
it's fine.
Tazi go finish up.
Montezi and Biggie just chime in on the education part. Really linked, ground the thing for me on the education element of it, and it's the scope, the magnitude, the substance of the conditions in Africa's education system. Not system, but education in general. That's where we are today. And then if you have a few things to add, feel free to do that.
Go ahead, Monatezi.
Mariette says I should take a break. And yes, I'm going to take a break, but you go. I'll listen to you, but I'll just go to the kitchen and pick up something.
There you go.
There you go.
Exactly.
I'll take advice from Mariette.
Yeah. Go get granite, grab an apple, a banana, or something, or a pineapple. A slice of pineapple might be more fitting. Yeah.
Yes, I got you. Thank you.
All right, Mondatezi is on you.
Yeah. I don't know, but okay. I came in when they were talking about the development. The development of the human being. So, but now if I was to tie it to the education, I'd just probably be disingenuous, because it's really. I was going to talk about the philosophy of death. So let me not just take away from the topic. So yeah, I think the state of education in Africa is quite dire. I think there's a lot of room for improvement, and yeah, it's not good. It really requires a lot of investment. That's what I can tell. And I don't know about I can't speak for the whole of Africa because the systems are different. But I find that in East Africa,
Gomez.
You got the carrots.
Gomez, healthy.
Yeah, I was going to talk about maybe I don't know how the treatment of the student is very. I find it it's very concerning how students are treated in Africa in terms of education. It's like these institutions they just view students. I think this is a trend in East Africa. I see it in East Africa. Probably it's also a trend in West Africa. I think South Africa is a little bit in the more progressive side. So I don't know if they do this, but the way a student is just assumed to be almost a criminal or something like that. So I don't. That is the type of discussion I've been seeing happening around the circles of education in Africa. Matters to do with corporal punishment and all that, but yeah, that's it. But in the overall the education system in Africa, there's a lot of room for improvement. That is for sure.
And when it says, yeah, I think what Ezra is bringing, I have to admit, it's very philosophical. Well, I don't want to say well, it's not even philosophy of what education should be, but it's quite a very intense conversation about completely changing, or at least trying to understand. And when Ezra comes back, he might even expand on it, or at least explain, because it was a long conversation. It started at 3, we're like almost 4 hours now. So I think it wasn't just about the current situation within the educational systems that we have in Africa, but about how do we make it more accessible, how do we make it affordable for the governments to deliver those services. And there were so many people in here, so I'm not gonna, there's no way that I can even get into all the different comments that were made, but what his show is doing is actually having this conversation about what education means and what it should look like on the continent in general. And I think you brought a very important point, because it's very different from country to country. And I've always brought up, like, okay, education, and what do we mean? Are we talking about from grade school to 7th grade, from 7th grade to 12, and higher education, or what is it, right? So this is going to be a show that is going to unpack so many of that. And Ezra, coming from what he does, and it was kind of funny, we were talking about an architect. It was a joke, but honestly, he's done these kind of research and it's done stuff back home in Ethiopia. But it's going to be different from country to country. For me, because this is one Africa, it's like, okay, so it's impossible, because every African country is different at the level of how many of their population is educated at the, what you call a primary education, how they educate them, the quality of the education, and what does that lead to, and all of that. And of course, Ezra will explain this, but that's what we were talking about. I have this argument that I think that there is this disconnect within even regions. I think that there are possibilities and situations, especially when we're thinking about university level, for me, from my understanding, because I have done research enough to work with different professors or universities that are doing different things in South Africa, predominantly Ghana, Nigeria, Ethiopia, and Kenya, tend to be where a lot of the research papers are coming out from. But for me, I've noticed that they're never like for example, the leader, or what they call the primary investigators of research work that they do. So usually European countries that pay them, and then they just do the research, and that they never even get full credit, for example. But that's because the universities themselves, the universities within Africa themselves have not interconnected the way that, for example, they do here. I hope at some point we should have a a One Africa, conference of education where people come and talk about their research, for example, right? Even collaborations with research and all of that. But there's all those other things to talk about later on. But I think what Ezra is doing right now is beginning with just the concept of what education is to begin with. I'm giving Ezra a break right now. But
yeah, actually, you made a good point. I've actually even thought about that. Like, we talk about a lot of interesting things in here. Maybe we should just be. It's not that difficult to just come up with research on probably just the topics we talk about here, the things we come up, the arguments we have. We can really just conduct research and just publish it or something. And maybe in the I think the One Africa website is coming up soon, or that's what I hear. So yeah, it's actually a good idea about the research thing.
yeah, maybe it's because that's where I'm at. But what I think Professor Ezra is talking about is really even more deeper, because he's talking about the system of education itself, education itself in Africa, which is much more intense. And I think it's he's been talking about this for a long time, so I cannot step over it in a sense, because I don't understand it personally. That's not my field, my area, really. I'm in higher education. I educate people in that sense, but he's talking about the delivery of it. For example, there was a guy called Mikias. I think you might have seen him speak on a previous show, but he was talking about access to, and there was a lot of talking about, even at the middle of educational time, so in high school, critical thinking and how that is lacking in African educational systems and how that works. Of course, everything comes down to funding. And one of the points I think I said, and I think everybody agreed, is that we're following, the Western idea of what an educational system should be from beginning to end, right? And that tends to be funded by external funders like the NGOs, the UN, and they have a system, and they expect you to do that if you want to get that funding. Africa is doing well in a sense that, considering like even 25 years ago, and now that a lot of the rural areas, at least they can read and write, right? But even that is not, we don't even have full data for that. And what kind of education are they getting? Or is that even...
The data is there. The data is there. I actually looked at it a while back. I don't know what I was researching, but yeah, the literacy rates in Africa, actually, it's not. It's very interesting. It's the way it's dispersed. Like Ethiopia has, I think, 50% or something, or maybe 60. I think it's in 50% literacy rate.
Yeah, they met their sustainable development. Actually, the Millennium Development Goals they met, and I think they're
no, but that's low. That's low. That's low for Africa. That's actually low for Africa, because Burundi, which is one of the poorest countries in Africa, actually has a literacy rate of about almost 70%. It actually has a higher literacy rate.
Look at the population. The population. Yeah? You got to understand the population.
Oh, the population. Okay, yeah. Okay, maybe. Okay, yeah, but that was also should be put into factor. But okay. But Nigeria actually also has a low literacy rate, so maybe that's a very good idea. Maybe it's the population. That's a very
exactly the population too.
Mondatezi, the discussion about literacy rate is a distraction. Whether you are 95, 99, or 10%, it really doesn't matter. Because education, the goal of education is what? You have to ask yourself, the goal of education is for people to learn and read? Is that the goal? Or the goal of the education system that we're supposed to have is supposed to have some outcome? What is the outcome are we looking for? Other than just pedagogical outcomes, what outcomes are we looking for? Are we looking for meaningful and fundamental alteration and change in the conditions of people? So is that what education is supposed to help us do? Or are we just looking for people to just learn to read how miserable their life is?
Ouch.
One of the things I remember, Ezra, I talked to you about garbage in, garbage out.
Yep.
And that is something that we need to look at. Who is look at any student in front of you. They are in your class, and they're like little sponges, and they need water. Okay, that water represents where the educator is in front of them and watering and spreading it, and everybody is reached. Okay, and if you don't have substance that's going to be interested, that sponge is going to be hard as a rock. You can, yes, eventually you can wet it, but is it going to be soaked with that information? So the deliverance also of education, and not to mention the reform required across the continent on when it comes to education, because we have to really understand to put a qualified quality teacher makes a whole lot of difference. And you all experienced it. You always have a favorite teacher. It can be hard on somebody, but for you is your favorite. So we, as a student, we got that pick and choose how we relate to the teachers. But again, if you got a uniform understanding what is the teacher delivering and keeping the student up to a grab every information, or 20% of that information, in fact. And the rest is
no,
distraction.
Biggie. That's even another side of the problem of the education. That the child is like that's what's called that's what we call it in professional educational profession. We call it the banking model. The banking model is one of those things about. It's one of the instruments of dehumanization. It's like we use it to enforce and reinforce compliance on the part of the learner. To what extent can this person remember? It's not about whether the person is informed and that information is useful for that person to make decisions, to make value judgment. No. To the extent to which we are interested in informing the other person is about really reinforcing and enforcing and reinforcing compliance. Is this person going to be compliant enough to be in the job market, to fit in the job market, to suit in our objectives and our goals for what we think it is, as a functionary and as a function of the giant machinery of the capitalist, now the capitalist, but the machinery of the economy that we've created, the social economy political system we've created. So memorizing, let me give you the neuron system. Like neurologically, I don't know whose background am I hearing. If you can mute. Sorry. So neurologically, the neurons, like at least what we know about neurons, I mean, like how human beings store memory. What we've learned is that there's nothing like memory in our brain. The way we think memory is, like a storage location. What we've increasingly learning about human brain, human mind, and human neurons is that memory is very relative. The relative importance of the memory determines the extent to which it occupies the brain, the extent to where it's stored, and how far it's stored. So like one important memory, so memorable in your life, and then if you were to recall that, your brain has stored that not just in one place, in so many places. And researchers are finding out that your entire brain lights up when those memories are recalled, because it's recording from all different places. Like the other day, a friend of mine was sharing with me pictures of our childhood, where we grew up and that kind of thing. And it's not even my picture. It's a picture of him, and because they were our neighbors, and then different people in his family, and pictures and how old they were, and all people are grown up. Some of them have children, and now like all grown up. And I'm like, as I was looking at the pictures, a memory of flood of memory of my childhood where we used to do like play act, all those things, all the corners and Nikki, like every detail of memory was just flooding. And I just remembered I studied these things a while back when I was trying to understand how people learn, and it reminded me that how our emotions and our intellect are so intertwined. They are working hand in glove together, like how they're working hand in glove together. This is incredible. So remembering and recalling, and then saying it back is an instrument of education that was designed in recent memories, in recent human history, and it was designed to solicit compliance from learners. That's it. The ultimate objective was to compliance, because the more compliant a human being is, the easier it is to control. As a kind of a piece of knob, like a turn off, or like increase volume or lower volume, as an instrument like that. Then I can say, stand here for 8 hours, pick this from here, put here, here, here. So repetitively do this over and over again, because our memory has been trained to do something like that. And that, to me, is an education that is dehumanizing. That is an education that is fueling the kind of disastrous direction the world is. Like this capitalist, materialist world that we are in is on what they call on steroid. Materialism is good, but on steroid. Capitalism is good, but on steroid. Exploitation is good, but on steroid. That is exactly what it is. And then you and me are seeing in that instrument how many labor force, the working force, the non-working force, the retired force. That's our calculation in that cog. And before you know it, the problem I'm also posing to you is that, like, before you know it, that is no longer useful either. In the next 10 to 20 years, increasingly becomes less useful, because the more you can automate, the much more profitable it is, and capitalism goes after profit. How do we optimize capital? That's it, optimization of capital. Optimization of capital, increase productivity. The word productivity is always a signature word for lowering the number of employees. And as I'm a trained economist, I know what it is. More productive means that I can get more unit of output from the same or less input. That's what it is. And that's what unemployment is. That's essentially a level. In the next, I can guarantee you, if you pursue this, in the next 100 years, we will have unemployed surgeons, unemployed lawyers, unemployed experts of all kinds, because those things can be automated too now. So what I'm trying to do, that we need to do away with an education system that's bad already, because the Western societies, they can't get rid of it because it's so embedded in their structure, so about them. It's so intertwined, so weaved into their system, it's hard to get rid of. Us, Africa, we are not that embedded. The data suggests that, because the participation rate on this global education system by Africans, very low compared to the rest of them. I mean, with the data we were looking at earlier, participation rate, I mean, at tertiary level, at secondary school level, I mean, so low. Like, so low, over 230 million kids around the world are usually out of school, and a huge portion of them are in Africa. So what I'm saying, this is the moment to say, okay, if they are already, all this group of people that are not part of the education, that are not, even if they are part of the education, they're not benefiting as well as they should benefit, why don't we think about completely brand new thing based on the kind of future that the world is going to be? Let's remodel it, reimagine the whole thing, from the philosophy to the system to practice to operationalization to then recycling to creating a cycle and evolving cycle. rethink all of it, remodel it, and then start modeling it on the ground, start seeing it, because you already have a huge chunk of it that's not part of the old system or the existing system. They're not, either they are part of it, they're not benefiting from it, or largely they're not part of it. The huge part of it is almost everywhere in sub-Saharan Africa, almost everywhere. Some marginal differences in southern and eastern Africa, that's there, that exists. But if you go into literacy rates, those are like sidetracking topics that are designed to keep you off topic, of the issue. Literacy for what? People can read and write, and then what? Then what? And then what? You ask the question, then what? Or they can read instruction manuals, or they can read books that can enrich them. And then what? Or they can become more knowledgeable. And then what? Oh, so they can decide better. And then what? Ultimately, you come to the conclusions that so they can become human beings, fully functioning human being, fully aware, self-aware, fully actualized human being. That's the ultimate goal eventually. You ask and then you get there. So why don't you just set the goal of that, and then literacy become part of the process as opposed to part of the end? As opposed to being an end, it becomes a process, part of the process. So then you start thinking about literacy as a means of something as opposed to an end. Thank you.
A social construct, basically, is what you're saying from the
Yes.
beginning, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, interesting. I think it's so difficult because this is one Africa, and I don't want us to constantly be talking about one country. I think we always have a very similar situation, and I think Amanda, as you said, and I had to look it up. I was like, and I'm shocked. Yeah, but it's true. You're right. I don't always go check data all the time about educational whatever, but also understanding what Big E said about rural, not the population size, but also understanding rural to urban populations. Ethiopia is extremely rural. I'm talking about people that are not just in agricultural land, but literally they walk even if there's a school still to this day, and the population is almost double of Kenya at this point. So it's very difficult, but at the same time, I looked at the numbers. Yeah, there's a huge difference, but in Kenya, I think it's 72%, right? Percent of the population is, what is considered literate or whatever, but 51% was for Ethiopia. Yeah, it is shocking actually for me. I would have never thought that, but at the same time, but who's measuring this and how is it measured?
Yeah.
And then the delivery of that education itself and what that means is a whole another story. Is it like what Professor Ezra was talking about, just talking about the fact that you can read a couple of words and the alphabet, in what language, first of all? There's all kinds of things. How is it being measured?
Yeah.
I mean, is there a systematic way even to understand it and comprehend and as in most scientific worlds would say, operationalize the idea of what education means? This is a huge problem for Africa because we're all different countries and all our systems are kind of being pressed from outside organizations.
I disagree with you. For the most part, it's the same. It's just the flavoring looks different, the painting looks different, but when you crack open, everything is the same. They just and they could just quote it a little bit. Oh, we have more literacy than you, blah blah blah. That is a very no, for me that's a novice talk, a really novice talk. The data you should look at, which I shared earlier, and thank you Ezra for sharing earlier. This is what it is. Out of school children, adolescent use of primary, lower secondary, and secondary age. In Africa, sub-Saharan Africa is 31%, and the world is 17.1%. Okay, out of school use upper secondary school age, and in sub-Saharan Africa is 57.5%, and the world is 35.2%. Okay, out of school adolescents of lower secondary of age. Okay, sub-Saharan Africa is 36.7%. The world is 17.6%. Out of school children of primary age. Okay, Sub-Saharan Africa is 18.8%. The only one that's double digits. Okay, everywhere there is single digits. Every region is double. Even North Africa is single digits, and then the world is 8.2%. All these numbers, okay, you can take them with a grain of salt because they are motivated to sustain the aid economy. So that's it. But there's still some value to derive from there. It tells you, and this is the number they looked at, is over 230 million kids are out of school in the world totally. This was back in 2019 or something. That's 230, and that's down from 300 something in the 1990s. Okay, it's not that. So it's a drop off from 20 years ago. It's good drop off. But at that rate, when population of Africa is going to double in about 20 years, what does that mean? So that number, that 57 number that you have to look at, what are we doing for that? That's the question. What happens if we don't do anything about it? That's the question. What happens to a child who doesn't go to the secondary education? What happens?
No, I'm telling you, I know exactly what happens. This is why we have a lot of political unrest in a lot of our countries. I know exactly what's going to happen. Exactly. And we've been talking about this. No, I'm on that's why I'm on here, and I agree with what you're saying. Yes. And so what we're talking about solutions, right? Yes. So
yeah, I don't want us to jump into like miniature solutions. That's what the problem is. That's what jumping to solution today is about, really understanding the scale of the problem. But there are a lot of ideas that you can throw into. I don't want us to settle on a particular solution. Even my own solution is not something. I'm so vehemently, so strongly aligned to my solution that even that solution don't settle on that. That's how I'm like. I want you to see. I want you to really see today, like really scope it out. To the extent
not only the current situation, but what it's going to look like 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, considering the fact that we do have the youngest, the most extreme younger population within the, but even forget that, but the fastest growing population, right? Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's
and it's going to be more problem. Look at this. Yeah. Look at our
a major issue. Yes.
Look at our problem now. The way to predict the future is sometimes to look at the past. At this point in time, 2022, African problem almost doubled or quadrupled the problem there were 50 years ago. The economic inequity are more double. The lack of infrastructure are more double. The corruptions and the mismanagement, the misgovernance. So based on the trend, chances are the next 100 years, you can predict it, and then you have a higher probability of being correct in that prediction than being wrong.
Yeah, that's what we call in our field like wicked problems. They're wicked problems for a reason. They're wicked problems because you're solving one issue, if you don't solve the other one, you're not solving anything at all. So I think housing is related to education. Education is related, obviously political stability, and that is, everything is so interrelated. Yes. And so even to solve the educational problem for Africa, in my personal perspective, we need to solve the political, I don't know. I mean, of course, it's very difficult to connect everything together when we're just talking about education. But unless you solve all the other issues, when we're talking about hold on, Kwande, let me finish, please. When we're talking about the idea of that Africa is rapidly urbanizing, that's true. And even the educational system, unless you solve the urbanization problem, which is so related to housing, health, everything else, the educational part is just a part of that. They're all interconnected. So I think it has to be a holistic, very much a humanistic and holistic kind of a policy that a country needs to do. The Ethiopia's problem, or any other country, I honestly believe it always has to be solved if you have a holistic idea of how to solve all of those issues at the same time. Yeah. It's the idea of this big migration of rural people going into urban areas looking for work. They come with no education, like you just said, but they're not even getting it at the rural side. Even if they come to the urban areas, their families are back home in the rural areas. I mean, there's so many things that we have to solve.
But
That's why I asked you from the beginning today. I said, are we talking about the educational system from the beginning, or are we talking about higher education? It's completely different to me.
No, but no, they're not different because they're interlinked. You know, like you.
That's
like,
my point.
Like for example, so if I say 57% are out, there's what 40-something% that are inside, right? 43% that are inside. So I don't want to disrupt and destroy and eliminate existing education system that already works for some people. And I think that's a good solution. It has to be holistic in that you cannot just get rid of what is working completely because it doesn't work for majority of people. You have to be very systematic and very thoughtful. And that said, I think to me, we should be excited on the possibility of urbanization. And when you think about education, it's like, how can we miniaturize this in such a way that there are relevant content, relevant learning experiences, relevant pedagogical processes that are suitable and manageable and easily accessible to this dynamic nature of our condition.
Well, I'll leave this other conversation to the other two because you and I can keep going on back and forth on this, and I agree with you, but you're going to have like 15, 30 shows or 40 shows before you even agree on that, because I think the root cause is it's much more deeper. That's my thought. Because you cannot fix an educational. I think you can do that only if there's a political.
I got to stop. I'm going to stop you there. And then I only have 2 minutes. And then if anybody wants to pray for me before we wrap up, 2 minutes. I have 2018. I need to be done by 20 past because I've already passed the hour I promised. Okay, so right. I have to be disciplined. Sorry, guys. I have to be disciplined. Anybody wants to pray? Say a prayer to conclude for me or Monetezi? I've never heard you pray.
You should let them finish what they were gonna say if they had anything.
No. They come back next week. Back next week. No, I'm not gonna let them finish. I have a hard.
Then you'll be on forever.
Yeah, I have a hard stop. I don't know if Ezra wants to continue. Ezra, do you think you can continue? I don't know. I cannot ask Ezra to continue. It's very late in the East Coast of Africa.
No, we're done now. It's not to continue. I thought maybe Mandra Tezi wanted to say something before you go to that. That's all.
I know they have something to say. Like, it's not like they want. Like, I know they have something to say, but I have a hard stop at 20. Okay, so I want to make sure I give you guys a chance. Okay. Anyways, I really appreciate you guys. This has been an awesome debate and discussions. And Jonathan, this is my style of conversations. I interrupt people. I push people. I push buttons. So get when you have your show, then you're like, Ezra, this is your show. Don't okay. So that's like I like to debate. I like to interrogate. That's as an educator. That's the style that I've found work great with teaching young people. So sometimes I interrupt with you. I apologize if I overstep on you a little bit sometimes. But thank you so much for the points. Many comments have been made here. Many ideas have been shared, and this is about a huge. It's about getting the education system to work for Africans, so that Africa can have the prosperity, the unity, and the compassion it actually represents. Suitable, commensurate with itself and with its quality and with its character. That is the kind of thing that we are trying to address. We are not policy makers. We are not decision makers. We get to exercise and play with it as well as we would like. No limitation whatsoever. I'm not limited by any responsibility or assignment. The only thing is time and space. That's the only thing that limits me. But there's going to be more time again coming next week. I'll try to be on time next time, hopefully with barring any emergencies. I really, really deeply appreciate you guys. And if there's nobody who wants to pray for me on my behalf, then I'll just mumble a little bit about prayers and then end it.
Hey, listen, Amwande Teza is very good at this. On his show, he said, what did you say, Amwande Teza? If I remember, it was the most sweetest and quickest prayer I've ever heard. Yeah, thank you, God. Let us have a good show. Thank you. Amen. That's just a very simple thing.
Thank you so
right?
much. Thank you for the hint. And so this is my prayer, guys. Okay, I've felt the presence of God. I felt the presence of God in the show all throughout. You were in my words. You were in the words and of every participant who came in or wrote their message. Your presence, your attendance was fully seen and observed, and I appreciate you for that. I thank you, God, for being you, for being the God, the Creator, the Almighty, and we say and praise you for eternity. And it's all the thanks, all the praise goes to you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. And don't forget the prayers for Marianne, Kaku,
Okay.
Kuku, and Dr. Sadagam, and Mika.
Amen. Amen.
Our prayer is going to be for all of you out there also that need your prayer. May Xavier be with you.
Amen.
Bless you and shower you
Amen.
with all you need, and what you want has been delivered.
Amen. Okay.
Amen.
Thank you, guys. I gotta bounce. I'm sorry.
See you soon. Ciao, guys.
See you next
Ciao.
week.
Yeah, guys.
Bye.
Hey, keep our thoughts for next week.